Awesome. Yeah. Definitely intellectually tired. So
The laundry, like
dropping
do the break and throw you
help me out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's been a life changer.
Yeah, it was way better when I started going to work from home. Yeah, my feet don't touch the ground in this chair. Seriously.
What was that?
My feet don't touch the ground in this
Yeah.
chair.
Yeah, we got to fight for this.
That's okay. I've got two.
I'll bring it.
Where this can go?
I'm fully charged.
Okay.
So, we'll be okay.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for May 26, 2026. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karsbeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Grace.
Here.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yeah.
Excellent. We have a full board. Right off the bat tonight, our town administrator, who is never late, never takes an absence, and probably one of the best family members or parents that I've ever met. So involved in his kid's life. Asked me if he could be 30 minutes late tonight. And I was like, absolutely. He never takes any time off at all. Turns out his son is under award tonight to be in all-state conference.
Cool.
He's got extended family in town, and they don't let you know ahead of time. So they're all at Berthoud High School right now, and hopefully he'll get that, Gavin Kirk. So when he comes in tonight, I guess we'll put him on the spot and congratulate him either way. But so Chris will be here around 7, so about 30 minutes here. But anything we'll put under consent instead of moving it first on the agenda. Chris might be the only one that can answer some of these questions. So anything we move from consent, we'll put last on the agenda, if that's all right.
Sure.
All right. Second, something extraordinary has happened to a member of our Berthoud family, and I wanted to, on behalf of the board, acknowledge that, and hopefully we could take a moment of silence. This is a Berthoud firefighter, not a member of our government, but the Fire Protection District. Certainly we all act together, and I'll just read a little bit from the Berthoud Weekly Surveyor on him. On Sunday, May 17th, Lieutenant Ken Bradley of the Berthoud Fire Protection District was seriously injured in a head-on collision while traveling to work in Berthoud from his home in Colorado Springs. He was hit by a vehicle driving the wrong direction in an express lane on Interstate 25 near 20th Street in Denver. Bradley was seriously injured, and the other driver died. Bradley is a firefighter, 20-year U.S. Air Force veteran, joined Berthoud Fire in 2021. He's a highly respected trainer and leader, known for his giving nature within the Berthoud Fire community, and he has a wife and 3 children. According to messages posted on the account, Bradley has multiple fractures in both legs, fractures in his left arm, a dislocated right shoulder, several broken ribs, a pneumothorax, a significant leg laceration, and a concussion. And he has already undergone several surgeries and will need more in the coming days to repair the extensive injuries. The good news, he's out of the intensive care, but still faces more surgeries and a long rehabilitation. So on behalf of the board again and the town, I'm hoping you join me in a moment of silence and hope for his recovery. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. On that note, we can move on to citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight to speak to anything that is not on tonight's agenda. Thank you, everyone who's showing up, no matter what the agenda item is. It's really great to see people in the audience tonight and activated citizens. Clerk, we have the sheet for citizen participation? Just have it right in front of me. Thank you. All right. Zell Cantrell.
Is this on?
It
Can you hear
is.
me? All right,
Okay.
fantastic. So, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Zell Cantrell. I reside I'm with the True Life Companies. Our office is at 1601 19th Street, Suite 550 in Denver, Colorado. The True Life Companies is a real estate investment firm headquartered here in Colorado, focused on delivering attainable housing across the country. We currently have multiple properties in some phase of entitlements in the northern Colorado region, 2 of which are located in Larimer County, adjacent to the town of Berthoud. Both of these properties will require annexation into the town of Berthoud. One of those 2 applications is currently active. That's the Mountain View property, and we expect to be back before you this fall requesting approval of annexation, zoning, and a neighborhood master plan. The other property is our Broadmeadow property. We decided to withdraw that petition for annexation and the applications for zoning and neighborhood master plan last year after we realized we had not correctly incorporated the 250-foot setback from the abandoned wells that exist on the property. At the time of our initial submittal in early 2025, we did not realize that the abandoned well setback had been increased in July of 2024 to 250 feet, which resulted in a significant impact to our proposed residential development. While we understand it was and is ultimately our responsibility to understand and incorporate the necessary setbacks, we felt it appropriate to make the Town Board of Trustees aware of the impact of this increase and maybe suggest an amendment to the code that might allow for some flexibility regarding this setback in the future for both this project and future projects. It should be noted that a 50-foot setback encumbers less than a quarter acre of land. A 250-foot setback encumbers 4.5 acres of land. This additional 4+ acres represents a significant impact to landowners and or potential developers. Several adjacent jurisdictions, including Larimer County, Loveland, and Frederick, impose a similar setback, albeit a little bit smaller, of 200 feet, while at the same time offering an alternative to that setback if specific information, including closure documentation, testing, monitoring, groundwater and air sampling, as well as compliance with EPA and state standards, can be provided. We do not want to discount the need for public safety, and we acknowledge the Board of Trustees' efforts to ensure the safety of its constituents. However, we believe an alternative or reduced setback scenario would be a significant benefit to the town, but also landowners, while simultaneously ensuring the continued safety of your constituents. So thank you so much for your time this evening. We brought some copies of what that proposed amendment might look like that I can leave behind
Certainly.
for your
Yeah,
consideration.
leave it with the clerk.
And just want to thank you in advance
Thank you very much.
for that, and willing to meet with you or others, maybe as part of a work session.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much,
Discuss it in
Mr.
more
Cantrell.
detail.
Thank you for coming out.
All right, thank you.
Nick, Kimberly Antoni Armstrong. So we do have a 3-minute limit. Instead of me timing it now, there's actually, you'll have something, lights on your screen here. So green means go, yellow means 30 seconds left, and red means if you could wrap it up.
Okay. Can I
Thank you.
just hand this to her?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you need to do anything? You can hear. So green is go?
Yep. Is it Kimberly and Tony Armstrong? Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
this is Kim Armstrong at 830 Douglas Place, here, Berthoud. Thank you so much for letting me speak on behalf of Bats and Raft tonight. Appreciate you guys hearing my message before through a letter. I'm just here to speak. Over the years, I had the opportunity to ride on both Raft and Bats. They've both been a huge impact in my life with everything that's happened over the years, and I just want to share a little bit about each. Each one has been great to get me to and from medical appointments and different things. But over the years I was with Raft, I learned that I could no longer have my child ride with me and so I quit using them. Was also informed that we can only use them for medical appointments, and they do require a 3-day notice. They're amazing to work with. They've been great to me over the years. I began using bats because they allow children to ride with me. I get to and from medical appointments, grocery, rec center, thrift store, and all other things. Adam and Dee Dee have made an impact on me more than anybody will ever know. They are there to push me up and down off the ramp, into and out of appointments. If we don't have an appointment, this last week I found out as I took initiative to speak to Raft again that in order to ride with Raft on their vans, you need to have an attendant. Well, if you're blind or deaf and can't get on and off a ramp by yourself, you can't be there unless you have an appointment. If you had a stroke and don't have access to both arms all the time, it's hard to get up and down. And so same with the old and frail. And so I just request that bats may be able to keep going. If Adam and Dee Dee, if Raft were to take over, that they would consider keeping Adam and Dee Dee to be a support to all of us. I speak on behalf of a few others that have ridden with me.
Want me to finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just speaking on behalf of her, my wife Kim. But a couple people asked her to speak on their behalf. One is Renee Warner. And these are all clients of BATS. Raft only allows her to go to medical appointments, so she uses BATS consistently. She gets transported for shopping, for groceries, and medical appointments. There's another lady named Eva Taylor. She's blind and she's elderly. She can't walk well. She can't get up and down stairs. How is she going to wheel herself up and down the ramp? She's been waiting for 2 years to get an attendant. BATS drivers assist with that. We don't always have an attendant. Raft has informed me that children 12 and under cannot ride. So how do single handicapped parents or handicapped with a working spouse or no spouse get them and their children from point to point? There's still more on this, so I guess we'll just we have a copy of the sheet for
Thank you very much.
whoever, but
That'd be great if you could leave that with our clerk too. We'd certainly take a look.
and she is the one that sent that email
Absolutely,
a few
I'd say
weeks
we got your
ago.
email as well.
So
That really means a lot.
Thank you for your
Absolutely. Just to make the board has already brought this up to Raft as well, but as we're working this out, there can't be a reduction of services. They sent an updated agreement to us last week, but that's part of the deal here. So there's more to work out with Raft before the merger's done.
yeah, they were pretty tough to work with a few years ago for her certain conditions.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it. David Melanson?
So I wasn't intending on addressing oil or gas wells, but I would encourage the board to look at HUD minimum property standards regarding this. Age has affected my memory, but I think it is far more in coordination with 250 feet than that, at least for apartment properties. More to the point, what I actually was coming here tonight was to kind of say that I thought that the results of the election regarding the two proposals indicated that there is a lot of angst, consternation, whatever you'd like to call it, about the pace of development. And that understanding that we need to always be within the bounds of the law, but at the same time, within those bounds, we can look at things on a slower, more measured pace so that we are not worried about how we will look in 3 years, but how we will look in 30 years. And whether people will be saying, you know, Berthoud used to be the garden spot of Colorado. Berthoud used to be a wonderful small town. Berthoud used to be. So as we consider new development and as we pace that new development, I urge you to not be blinded to the concept of having to explain to your children or grandchildren, well, see, Berthoud used to be, and then saying, why did you let it get away? That's all I have to say, and I have a spouse who's waiting for me to transport her somewhere. I appreciate all you do. Welcome to the new folks. Take good care. But let's not change the moniker for Berthoud to the development spot of Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last one is about the town lease. I will be pulling that, or other trustees have brought this up too, but we will be pulling that for consent. That's item D. So if you could wait till that time. And that is it for general public comment. We'll move on to consent. Any trustees have any questions about consent? Anything removed?
Consent? Yeah, go ahead.
If I could, I'd move to remove item B.
Item B. May 12, 2026 meeting minutes. Anything else?
Yes. D.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay. Is there a motion to approve consent minus items B and D?
So moved.
Go ahead.
All right. Trustee Anderson has moved. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And as I stated earlier, tonight we'll put anything removed from consent as last. So we'll put that under town branding. So let's move on now to item number 2 tonight. And one of the two of the bulk substances between town branding and the Arboretum would be the Tree Advisory Committee's presentation regarding the Arboretum. We have Kathy Mitchell, our chair. Welcome. Thank you for coming tonight. Present. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Mitchell. I'm with the Tree Advisory Committee.
And I'm Paul Buckner. I'm also with the Tree Advisory Committee.
We're here because there's a saying that the best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago. The Tree Advisory Committee strongly supports moving the Arboretum project forward into this year as originally planned. Can I have the next slide, please?
Kathy, you can advance
that?
the slides with the arrow keys or with
There
the
you go.
remote as
Got it.
well.
Mayor, I have a point of order.
Yes, please.
I have a question for the town attorneys. The town of Berthoud has a finite number of resources. Various public projects are competing against each other for these resources and funds. With Trustee Grace's personal and financial connection with Newell Farm, there appears to be a significant conflict of interest, and asks Trustee Grace should recuse herself from the Arboretum discussion.
I read this right now. Okay, I'll turn it over to our attorney, but I think that's a different property. And I know it's a different property.
It is a different, but see, the town has got finite funds. Those funds are being distributed to various projects, so there seems to be a conflict of interest where a trustee would want those funds to go. It seems like a conflict of interest.
So I've spoken with the town attorney
Okay,
about
we'll
this.
let her answer that.
Okay. You can go ahead. Okay, thank you. So I did speak with the town attorney on this, and I've been advised, even though there is no financial direct conflict of interest, there is an appearance of conflict of interest in regards specifically and only to Newell Farm. And so in terms of when Newell Farm comes up for conversation for vote, I will be recusing myself, but the Berthoud Arboretum is not related to Newell Farm.
It isn't, but the funds for the town are. That's why I was
I've
looking
been
for.
advised that I only need to recuse myself for
Okay,
Newell Farm.
great.
And I would agree. Sorry. I mean, there's always going to be a pressure between which funds we're spending money on, so that can't be a conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Set?
Pardon me, continue. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
all right, okay. Background. 20 years ago, the 35 acres of land and associated water rights were purchased from the Wagners and placed in conservation with the promise of a future arboretum. It is time to move forward with the master plan project that this is a part of in 2024. The community survey ranked parks, trails, and natural areas as its top desired amenities. And the Arboretum delivers all three. and Paul will go further on this.
Thank you, Kathy. So to begin, we wanted to provide some context on what an arboretum is. First and foremost, an arboretum is a place that fosters an appreciation for nature and trees. It also inspires future generations to care for trees and the urban canopy. As we all know, Berthoud's urban canopy is an incredible resource that contributes significantly to the character and feel of our town. And an arboretum is a powerful tool for maintaining that resource into the future. The definition of an arboretum is a specialized outdoor space dedicated to growing, studying, and displaying a wide variety of trees and woody plants. However, we prefer to think of it using the concept of a living museum. So while a typical park is still an important community resource, an arboretum goes far above that with the educational opportunities it provides, as well as the community organization and involvement. So with the current Berthoud Arboretum plan, there are two elements that really highlight this living museum quality. The first is the organization of the Arboretum into the different landscapes that are found throughout Colorado. So as a visitor walks on the trails and enjoys the open spaces, they pass through the foothills, pinyon juniper woodlands, and alpine zones. And while they're doing that, they can learn about the diversity of environments and landscapes in Colorado. Secondly, the Arboretum incorporates heritage elements that pay tribute to Berthoud's agricultural past. So as our town continues to grow and change into the future, it connects people to this past and keeps us grounded within Berthoud's history.
So why is it important to have an arboretum? This is a long list. Please, I'm going to give you a couple minutes to look at the list. There's quite a variety of things that an arboretum gives to the community. I'd like to really highlight that an arboretum is open all year. It's open 24 hours a day, and it's accessible to everyone and to all ages and to all abilities. The bottom line is that an arboretum increases tax revenue and property values, as well as having tremendous positive impacts on the health and wellness of the community, as well as providing energy savings and stormwater management. So there's a whole gamut of positive things that come out of having this arboretum.
So speaking to the future opportunities that the Arboretum provides to our community, we wanted to highlight community outreach and education, environmental conservation, and the grant opportunities that are available. So for community outreach and education, the Arboretum will act as a community hub for events and gatherings throughout the year, as Kathy said. Additionally, it will get the community involved in urban forestry through citizen science programs that we would help to develop, as well as community volunteer opportunities. There's also innumerable educational opportunities that come alongside alongside with Arboretum, both formal and informal, such as K through 12, field trips, self-guided tours, lectures, and professional workshops. And the one really special thing about the Arboretum is it will also help our community to realize some of the ambitious goals that we have. For example, we recently became an America in Bloom community, and we are pursuing our Dark Sky International certification. And the Arboretum would be help us to advance those goals and meet our ambitious community priorities. For environmental conservation, the Arboretum will be an important tool for our forestry staff as they build a resilient and diverse urban canopy. As you know, we recently had a confirmed emerald ash borer in town, which highlights how the importance of a diverse community of trees in our town. And with a changing climate in the future, the Arboretum will allow our forestry staff to introduce new species that are resilient to these future conditions. There are many grant opportunities available to support community projects in the Arboretum, and there's also the possibility of accreditation through ArbNet. ArbNet is the Morton Register of Arboretums and provides both prestige for the town and professional recognition. Additionally, for our town forestry staff, it provides management resources for the administration of the Arboretum, and it also will contribute opportunities for collaboration and funding. So these are just some of the organizations that provide funds that could be used to support future community projects with the Arboretum. You'll recognize many of them, and many of them are partners of the town of Berthoud. So we can leverage these existing relationships as well as build new ones with organizations that we haven't worked with before to support future community projects with the Arboretum.
We didn't cover that slide. This is a view of the current property and
locked on our screen still.
Yeah, it is. I'm not able to move.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Okay. This is a southeast view looking northwest. The existing property, which is basically weeds, and the proposed property. The two, this portion that's closest to us is about a quarter of the actual total property, so it's a slight distortion, but that's a proposal. Okay. Nope. Sorry, I'm technologically challenged. That one? There we go. This is the Berthoud Gateway on Mountain Avenue, and my question is, why would we want to look at a field of weeds for 4 more years when we can start a beautiful arboretum this year? And you can see what the proposed corner at Mountain and Berthoud Parkway would look like. So, the best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago, especially when we've got a huge canopy of trees that are 100 years old, and that's their lifetime. They're basically ready to go. The second time, best time to plant a tree is today, in 2024, not in 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, if we could, folks, if we could refrain from any applause, it's applause tonight, but any outrage too, but tradition. Thank you very much. Okay, so that concludes the presentation. Okay. Well, we have 2 agenda items, but essentially they cover the same topic. Thank you. The first one was requested by the tree committee to Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy brought it to the board, and yes, we all agreed. Thank you for the tree committee to coming for us to present on that. Wanted to hear you out. The second part was a follow-up, and the board agreed to having a discussion on the Arboretum itself and essentially where we're at and where we continue. Oh my gosh, that could not have been more perfect timing. Administrator Kirk. How'd it go? Did you go all right?
Went good.
Hey, let's give him a round of applause. Gavin Kirk, all conference. Congratulations.
First team all conference. Yeah,
all
thank
right.
you for letting me come in late. I appreciate the flexibility
Oh,
tonight.
I'm glad you did. Okay, well, so Administrator Kirk, we're just starting item number 3 here tonight. It's had a presentation. It's listed for 45 minutes. There's a short one, so we're going to move to item number 3 and kind of the second part of this.
Great.
Do you want to provide any kind of where staff's at now? Kind of.
I'll just give a brief update. Since we received the bids and there was a discussion about holding off on funding the Arboretum, the contractor did agree to continue to work with staff, just at no cost, to help us kind of think through the project, identify areas where there might be some cost savings. So staff's continued to do some of that work, in parallel with some of the other things they have going on. But I believe we can provide you with information if there is questions that you have, certainly depending on the discussion tonight, and what the board feels like are the appropriate next steps, our staff's prepared to move forward with whatever direction you have for us.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the trustees. We're in different stages. We have trustees here tonight that have really never seen or discussed this, maybe, hopefully seen it, and others that have been through this, some in the middle here. Do you have any questions right off the bat here, or do you guys have any direction you'd like to go?
I do. I have
All right, let's go to Trustee Anderson.
Sure. Now, as I understand it, there was about, correct me if I'm wrong, Administrator Kirk, but about $8 million in the current budget for this project?
That's roughly what we budgeted for the total construction of the project.
Okay.
That did not include some of the utility work that's planned alongside that. That's budgeted in the utility fund, but for the park itself, about $8.5 million.
About
construction.
$8.5 million. Okay.
But that includes some soft costs like construction administration and maybe materials testing, those kinds of things. So we were hopeful that the project would end up in that $8 to $8.5 million range. I think with some minor scope reduction and some value choices, we can get close to that number.
So you're thinking that there might be a way to reduce some of the cost. Have you thought about maybe doing this in phases or having it rebid in phases so that at least it can get started with current funds?
We've talked about some of that. A lot of the expense is in site development, and the project I think is challenging to phase. We do have our project engineer Daniel Buendia here, who's here tonight, who's taken a real active role in leading both the bidding and constructability efforts. So if Danny has additional info, he can stand up and correct me. But I think phasing the project is challenging in the way that it's designed. There are things that we could do, like we could install less trees. We could remove scope items. There are some structures that could be removed. We could choose not to construct the pond and the creek and some of those items. But the entire site will get developed, I think, is probably the best way to say it, if that makes sense.
If you eliminate those things, though, would you be able to redesign in a manner that if you wanted to add that, for example?
I suspect, the project's entirely designed. Danny, do you want to address any of that? Yeah. I'll invite Daniel Buendia up to the podium if that's okay. And
absolutely.
He can talk a little bit more about.
If I could maybe add to this, would you address the add alternates that are included in the documentation?
Yeah, indeed. So the project is designed as a whole unit, and most of the development that Chris is talking about, which is the bulk of the cost, is most efficient to be done at the same time, because once everything's constructed, then going back in and doing some of those upgrades would be far more expensive. So a lot of the phasing idea would be reduction in plantings, which are also a large expense, and also provides our team a bit more time to come to terms with the new addition to the town.
That's helpful. Considering that probably one of the major uses would be educational, has there been any outreach to, let's say, to our district, our educational district, to ask them about how they might be able to participate, maybe even financially? Also, maybe some of our universities that are close by, and see how they could participate, and maybe also financially. Have we done that kind of outreach?
So we've had a lot of conversations with the school district, Thompson School District, about the park, but that's partly because a portion of the ground that's intended to be developed as the Arboretum is still owned and controlled by the district. So we're working with them on an acquisition of the unused land north and west of the existing Turner Middle School football field. But we have not had conversations in any serious nature of having them help fund the facility. My suspicion is that they will not. They're going through some serious budget challenges and trying to work through how to continue to provide excellent educational services. So I think the idea of helping to fund the construction of a park, even though it does have educational value, would be limited. We have not spoken to the universities about funding.
Just wondering if there are university programs that might want to make use of it for educational reasons.
Yeah, and there may be some other grant sources out there.
that was
Obviously,
my next
there
question.
are long timelines typically associated with those, and there are strings that come attached with grant funds, as you all know. But we have been successful in obtaining grants from agencies like Great Outdoors Colorado. They helped with some open space funding. They have other programs that might be suitable for a project like this, but those would need to be applied for, and the timelines would probably extend out, likely into next year, well into next year.
That was my next question, is whether or not we had applied for any grants for this project as well.
We have not.
And another point to that is a lot of those grants aren't necessarily for the land development costs, but more so for the planting, for the educational outreach and things like that. So in the tree advisory report, there was actually a very large list of grant opportunities that would help fill in those spaces where we do reductions in plantings or some of those other cost saving efforts. And to Trustee Murphy's point, there were a number of items that were designed as additive alternatives, which allows us to see what the base cost of the land development, the plantings, all of those things. There was the parking lot, the creek and the pond, a number of paving surfaces, things like that we are hopeful that would improve the site, but aren't necessary for its ultimate function. And then those can be weighed based on the base costs and where we think that the value really lies in the property.
Another question I have is, if you are able to reduce the costs, how long will it take, for example, well, I should say, how long will it take before you know that you can reduce the cost to $8.5 million?
I think we've done a lot of that work already. I think Daniel and the rest of our team have gone through, and Paul Furness, our town foresters, had a lot of input on the trees and how we could save money there, and other plantings. Danny and our parks and public works crew. I think we can deliver a project that is close to that budget, but it will require some sacrifices in total scope, I think.
How much would that delay? I mean, I know right now we're delayed for 4 years, but I mean, if you, how much on the original project plan and timeline, how much would that have, will this rejiggering delay that?
I think that's something that we could work through easily in the next 30 to 45 days. I think we're darn near there now.
The contractor has expressed their schedule would not necessarily be affected by the value engineering exercises that we would want to undertake as part of the due diligence that we've already discussed with them.
Makes sense. That's it for now. Thank you.
Other questions?
I did have just a couple questions from staff about the water resources. Just knowing that we've had record low snowpack, and that's affecting the amount of water. We know there's water allocated to this property, and the ditch companies are feeling also the effects of the drought. What water source is feeding the Wagner Farm property, and do we need the infrastructure to be put in before that water is usable? And are we going to see, if we have 2 years of drought, will that impact our ability to water the park as presented?
From a water resources perspective, we have a variety of non-potable irrigation sources that can't be used for traditional municipal uses. So we own a significant portion of the Loveland Lake and Ditch Company, and that water is for irrigation only, for outdoor irrigation. That's the primary water source that's tied to Wagner today. There is existing infrastructure to deliver water from Loveland Lake and Ditch, from Loveland Lake, which is kind of catty-corner to the northwest of the rec center. There is existing infrastructure that delivers water to the park. It's used to water athletic fields and other plantings at the existing developed park. And there are some upgrades that need to occur to make it more reliable, more redundant, and also to be able to water all of the rest of Wagner as the Arboretum. But we have plenty of water to be able to do that cannot be used, cannot be treated in our water treatment plant and sent to homes.
Are we seeing any reduction in the water quantities for being able to provide for the amount of plants that we're preparing for?
So that's, excuse me, one of the things that Loveland Lake is really low right now, but some of that is artificial in that that lake level had to be lowered in order to do some really important repairs to the outlet structure. We own a majority share of the lake, but it is still operated by a private entity, although our utilities director serves as the president of the ditch company board. There's an old valve stem and an old gate valve at the bottom of that structure. I think it's, don't quote me on the numbers because I'm reciting some of this off the top of my head, but at least like 30 feet deep down in a wet well. That valve stem was, I think, about 100 years old. And so some of those things needed to be repaired. In order to do that safely, the water level had to be lowered. So this year that lake will not have a lot of water in it, and it's unlikely to fill or fully fill, although we do think we can move some other resources around to help fill some of that. But we would fully expect in future years that those water resources would be available. It's been a very reliable water source for a long time.
The water that you guys are talking about, the non-pot, is that the 2 water shares that come with the property, or are those 2 water shares in addition to the non-pot that's available?
It's part of.
Part of.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board?
Yeah.
Trustee Wayne.
Do you want to go?
Oh,
Yeah.
Trustee Olbricht.
I mean, you dedicated an entire page to the ability to find local funding, and there's a whole page of these potential grants. I mean, I think we should, look at those prior to committing our own money if they're so readily available.
Let's keep it questions. So we definitely will have time for discussion. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Well, wondering, again, why hasn't anyone looked at these potential, grants up until now?
And we have pursued a number of grants, most notably Northern Water. They're very interested in the project going on. They're not in very large amounts, and again, don't usually qualify for the land development aspect of it. It's mostly for plantings, accreditation, education, and outreach.
None of these others have been addressed or reached out to at this point?
The
whole page of potential.
Of the ones that we have reached out to, most of those are that education outreach,
right,
planting of trees, not the land development side, which is, again, the bulk of the work for this project.
And I will say it's important to remember, excuse me, with grants, and we hear this a lot, like, right, why don't we go get a grant for that? One, grants are almost always competitive. They're not easy to get, and they are not usually in large dollar amounts. So when you're talking about a project that's maybe $8 to $10 million, you might be talking about $500,000 in grant funding. And so from the town's perspective, that you might be able to go and capture realistically. And that might even be a large number sometimes. So grants are great when they're available. The competitive ones are very challenging to get, and the non-competitive ones are usually not very large dollar amounts. So like Danny said, some of that is for things that probably will not move the needle for us as a community or as a town. We either can afford the project or we can't.
Other questions right now before
Those are my questions.
Okay.
They were asked.
We'll open up public comment and then we can deliberate after that. If there's no.
I have one more question.
Yes, please.
Thinking of all the major projects we have that are still pending, some of them have appropriations. Some of them have some preliminary appropriations. This one seems to be that have already totally been appropriated for some reason. Do you think that these other projects, once we know, or at least have an educated guess about what the numbers are going to be, that those would at all impede this one from going forward, considering that it's already been appropriated?
When you're referring to other projects, so we have a long list of capital projects that are included in our budget.
Right.
Things like utility projects would not be impacted by this at all because they have their own funding that's legally obligated to be spent on utilities. We couldn't spend it on developing the Arboretum. Where we might be able to spend it is, again, extending or expanding water lines to help support the Arboretum, which some of that is included in this project. But for the most part, those types of projects would not be impacted by this. Really, the only project that we currently have planned that has funding allocated for it that might be impacted by this project is the Mountain Vista Park project. Other than that, the open space acquisitions that we have under contract, we already have money budgeted for in sufficient amounts. We did get grants to help support those as well. We have some projects that are in development, things like Newell Farm. You guys have seen a concept plan of that. Maybe this board didn't. I can't remember exactly what date that came, if that was prior to the election. But there's some concept planning for future parks, but those don't have construction money budgeted for them yet. And so, we have a limited amount of money, right? So if you spend something on one thing, then that money's not available to spend on something else. But I wouldn't say that there's anything currently planned or budgeted that would be impacted by this project, if that's a clear enough answer to your question. And one thing that I might also point out, if I can real briefly, if it comes back to my head. It'll come. When it does, maybe I'll
Just
ask
blurt it
if
right
I can
out.
have the mic back.
He's thinking of that extra Father's Day present he's going to get.
Yeah.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Thank you.
Just on the
Trustee Gray.
financial piece, that was a great segue. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So the capital funds project, which is Fund 60, has several separate projects in there that has money allocated to it. 03 being Arboretum, 04 being Richardson Park. So, for example, just kind of thinking in a hypothetical, say we don't move forward, again, hypothetical, and the 7,000 has already been budgeted in 2026 for the Arboretum. Does that just stay there under Arboretum? Does it get reallocated somewhere else, since capital projects is its own separate fund and not in like a general fund?
So that's a decision that the board gets to make. You make the ultimate budgeting decisions. I think there's two ways to look at it. If the board intends to build this project and you intend to do that at some point in the coming years, whether that's this year, next year, or 4 years from now, I would suggest we leave it where it is. It is separated from an accounting standpoint. That's why it got put into Fund 61 in the Capital Projects Fund, so that we can say this money has been officially set aside for this project. Now, the board has the right to choose to put that back where it came from and spend it on something else if you so choose. That's a paper exercise, but it requires a vote through the budget process.
Okay, thank you.
And I do remember what I was going to say, if I could add one last detail. One of the things that we may want to be mindful of is construction cost inflation. As we've been looking at the Mountain Vista Park project, this project, some other projects that we have, unfortunately, construction costs and the inflation associated with construction costs has outpaced normal inflation numbers. So, construction cost inflation in Colorado, even just last year, was, depending on whose indexes you look at, somewhere between 4.5% and 7.5%. So if it's 5% and you wait another year, and it very well may be, obviously gas prices are up and those kinds of things have a significant impact on construction. We may be looking, instead of at an $8 million project, we might be looking at a $8.5 million project, right? So the longer we wait, the more expensive things get, and obviously the bigger the number, the higher that percentage increase, that total increase ends up being as a result of that percentage. If this is a $100,000 project and we get a 4% cost increase, no big deal. A $10 million project and a 4% cost increase is a big number. So just thinking about timing of projects. Who knows? I can't predict what inflation or construction costs will do over the next 3 to 4 years, but it hasn't gotten a lot cheaper the last 8.5 I've been here.
Other questions? Okay. At this time, I'll move on to public comment. Great. Thank you, Deputy Clerk. And if I call your name, please come to the front. Just state your name. You don't need to state your address. And please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. It'll be green on the podium. That means go. And yellow, it means please get ready to wrap it up. You have 30 seconds left. And then red means you've hit the 3 minutes. We'll start off with Christopher Freeman.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here to speak tonight about an idea to make our town an even better place to live, work, and play. This idea promises to provide countless benefits that are proven for Berthoud and its residents. Economic benefits include high return on investment, increased tourism, and visitor revenue, job creation, increased property values, and increased attractiveness for business investment. The benefits are not merely economic, however. There are numerous social and community benefits. Crime prevention, enhanced quality of life and aesthetics, encouraging community involvement, volunteering, and heightened sense of ownership and pride. Incredible health benefits, physical health promotion, including proven physical health outcomes. Mental health improvement. If you've been paying attention, we're in the midst of a mental health pandemic. We have 30% of Americans diagnosed and affected by mental health issues. Anything that we can do to promote mental health is a huge win for Berthoud. All of these benefits and more are already proven and documented in peer-reviewed research publications. You're probably not wondering this now, but what is this incredible idea that this guy is here to pitch? Of course, we're talking about the Berthoud Arboretum. Now you can see that an arboretum is not merely spending millions to plant some trees. I know some of you here are new. For the rest of us, past and present, we really missed the mark on something great for our town. I encourage you to start. Start now. Start with what we've got. Just get started already. This type of project lends itself naturally toward legging in, scaling as funding permits. Start today and create a lasting legacy for our children's grandchildren. Years from now, people can look back and thank us for having the foresight to create something so special that changed our town for the better forever.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My parting thoughts were written years ago by a renowned tree enthusiast in the epic tome on conservation,
Thank you very
the
much.
Lorax.
I got to be fair to everybody.
Dr.
Appreciate your
Seuss
time.
writes,
Sir, please.
Unless someone like you.
Yeah, that's over the top. All right, David Shannon.
Good evening. My name is Dave Shagnon. I live in Berthoud, of course. I'm here, and this is going to be much briefer, but I want to thank the previous individual for all the points he made and the committee itself as well. But I'm here to support the Arboretum at this point in time. Like to see it get started sooner versus later. I think the point that I'm most concerned with, I worked in higher education for 30 years, is the point that was made just a few moments ago, that the costs of this are only going to increase the longer we wait. And this is something that is really been promised to us as a community by the people who granted this to us 20-some years ago. From a community standpoint, I think it's going to help us visually as we see our community, both as we come in from the west as well as those who travel throughout the community will see it, and it will represent a highlight in my mind, visually speaking. Also, as an educator, I view it as something that it will be wrapped into K through 12, not just within our district, but I can see other organizations using this as a tool to advance our concerns about water resources in our state, about our climate initiatives, and I really hope that, again, as a climate scientist, that there's some realization that any way we can put a tree in the ground removes that much more carbon dioxide. And in essence, a point that was made by the tree committee is that the effect in the summer, especially of cooling of our community, will be something that will be, I think, significant. So it's something I would do. And finally, something my grandmother told me when I was very young is she always said, pay it forward. there are a lot of things that we're going to do in our lives, and I'm not going to see the benefit of this probably. I'm 65. Trees grow slow in Colorado, but it's the next generation. So I'd say get started now, as others have stated. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Susie Shannon?
Hi, my name is Susie Shagnon, and I'm a Loveland native, and my husband and I moved back to Berthoud, about 6 years ago, and we live in the Farmstead neighborhood. So when I grew up, I had always known Berthoud as the garden spot, and then later on as part of the Tree City USA program. So I feel that now is really the time we need to pursue the Arboretum. You've heard others talk about this. Rather than kicking the project down the road, this is going to be a great example of environmental stewardship. And this project, rather than it's something that we should really consider to do now. It's something that's accessible to all versus some projects that are for individuals that are playing just one particular sport. So I feel that we really need to move forward on this project now, since the funds have already been allocated for it.
Thank you very much. Carolyn Hobson? Carolyn Hobson? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Didn't mean to rush you.
My name is Carolyn Hobson, and I've been on the Port Committee for 4.5 years. I'm here tonight to ask trustees why they voted to keep the Cornerstone lot in town weeds for an additional 4.5 years. The town staff does what they can. I know they're trying, but without irrigation, the natural grasses they plant don't take. You cannot simultaneously go after HOAs and metro districts for their weeds when your largest lot in town is full of them. This project has been in the works for years, and it was shocking to see it overturned in a hasty vote. The community supports it. The committee support it, the town staff supports it. So what constituents were you representing when you made that vote? I'm asking you to please do the right thing, listen to the people, and move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sandra Nickerson?
Thank you, Sandra Nickerson. I'm a 4.5-year resident of Berthoud, but my heart's been here for much longer. I moved in from Boulder and spent a lot of time just coming into town because I loved it here so much. Anyway, I'm a 32-year educator. I'm a retired educator. My children had the absolute benefit of living very close to the Sawhill Ponds in Gun Barrel. And as part of their schooling, they were able to take field trips over there and study the ecosystems there. I would hate to see the children of Berthoud not be able to do those types of activities because they're very inspirational for kids. You never know when we're going to have an absolute amazing arborist grow up here and, really grow this town. Anyway, so I also had the opportunity to work in a STEM school in Longmont. As a teacher, and we would bring in college students, doctoral students from the universities who would work with our students, and they worked in all types of genre. We had biologists come in, we had people from the engineering department come in, and they were wonderful. With an arboretum here in this town, I can only imagine the opportunities that our students would have. And I agree with the last speaker. We're not, we may not be here to see the trees 30 years from now. In fact, I'd have to be 104 if I were going to stick around for 30 more years. But anyway, I really believe it's an investment in our children's future. It's an investment in this town. It's an investment in their children's future. When I moved to Berthoud, I was retiring from schools, and I thought, I want to come to a quiet place. Well, I ended up on a street, and after counting, there are 20 children on my street, and I love every single one of them. And I would love to see them be able to enjoy an arboretum, which is absolutely an urban forest for our kids. Some of our children they're not able to get up to the mountains as often as others. And this would give them an opportunity to be there where it's green, where the air is getting clean, where they can see a living museum, and it would be a living museum. And so I'm for the Arboretum, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary Jane Hogan?
Hi, I'm Mary Jane. It's really inspiring to hear everybody's hurrah for the Arboretum. My husband and I moved here 20 months ago. We raised our kids mostly in Fort Collins and Bellevue. And I was always like, oh, why can't we live in Berthoud? So here now we've retired, and it's just the two of us here, but we have kids in Loveland and then other parts of Colorado. But I have always adored that Berthoud is known as the garden spot of Colorado. I meant to shower before I came, but I didn't have a chance. I mean, I've been digging in the dirt, my shirt, my pants are dirty. And someone brought up, the community involvement, volunteers. Yes, please, sign me up. And when I talked to my neighbors, everyone was like, well, yeah, this is happening, right? I'm like, yes, I do believe it's happening, but I pray, too, that it will happen sooner rather than later. Trees are healing, getting to see them grow, mentally healing, like somebody brought up, emotionally healing, physically healing, be able to walk, have more trails in town, have the urban forest. So I just give my plea that please we consider do this sooner rather than later. And I'm so excited about it. And I love the picture that you showed, Kathy, of, right now it is weeds, but imagine what it could be, the welcome to our town. The Berthoud Arboretum just thrills my heart, and I can't wait for it to happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Jane Valier?
Hi, my name is Jane Valier. I've talked with the town and the board several times in the past regarding the Arboretum, but since some of you are new, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a member of the Wagner family, and it was my brother Mike who sold the Wagner farm to the town of Berthoud 20 years ago. Doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but time flies when you're having fun, I guess. He did it because he felt he had a wonderful childhood growing up in this town, and he wanted future generations of Berthoud area residents to be able to enjoy the location, the views, and the pastoral setting of this property. Now, after many years of planning, citizen input, public meetings, and the careful consideration of the Port and Tree Advisory Committees, this project is ready to be built. It is not simply a tree planting project. It includes trails, gathering spaces, and educational features in a pastoral setting. Mike was excited about an arboretum, and he would have been happy with this design. The board expressed approval and enthusiastic support of the project in January of this year. The money is in the budget, the design and plans are complete, and there is no reason to postpone the construction. The time to make this a reality is now. Citizens are supportive of this project, and they're paying attention. I urge you to do the right thing, be good stewards of this land, and create a gateway to Berthoud that we can all be proud of. Thank you. And I did want to ask if Ann Carspeck could speak. She said she didn't sign up, but she was hoping that she would be able
I
to.
will open it up, tradition to, if anyone didn't, I'll give them an opportunity. I'll
Okay,
go through those
great.
and sign
Thank
up,
you.
And then they can raise their hand. Thank you. Let's see here. John Simon?
Hello, my name is John Simon, retired teacher. My wife and I and my 3 kids and my 6 grandkids all moved out to Colorado in October of 22, and we fell in love with Berthoud, so we moved here, obviously. The same weekend, by the way. I'm thankful for the trustees for listening to all of us, and to all the trustees and all of the people that have been speaking, especially the presenters and all the people who are super speakers. If you're counting on me speaking as eloquently and competently as them, tough luck. I'm sorry. But I just want to tell you my story. I mean, we moved out here because we fell in love with Berthoud, and we retired from Wisconsin. And one of the things that really drew us was this Arboretum. The realtor told us, all the things that are in the paper, that this beautiful Arboretum, it's already paid for, all the money's there, and we moved out here, and now it's 3.5 years later, and then I heard that it was going to be postponed for another 4 years, and I'm like, what is going on? This is such a good idea. Retired teacher, I said that before, but I think if we waited because of all the things that were spoken about, increased costs and all the missed opportunities, I think we would all be disappointed. And I think you might have thought you made a big mistake, because I think this is such a good idea on all multiple situations, for multiple people, organizations, the town of Berthoud. What a great way to drive down Mountain Avenue and then see this beautiful Arboretum. I think we should get started. And my wife and I would be very grateful, and my whole family would be very grateful, and all the residents we would be very grateful if we got this thing going so that we could all enjoy it before I'm going to be 66. I want to see this thing. Okay. So thank you very much. And I'm sorry for not being so,
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Meredith Nightenbach? She left. Okay. That concludes those who have signed up. If you wish to speak and you didn't sign up, if you could please raise your hand, and we'll start from front to back. All right. Ann Karsbeck, you come to the front. Okay.
I'm Ann Karsbeck. My address is 706 8th Street. This is my son, Charles Finkelstein, and he has graciously said that he'd come with me because I want you guys all to know this is who we're talking about. This is the generation. He's 13. I'm 42, almost 43. He just turned 13. And I have got a 5-year-old at home. And I was so fortunate to have amazing parents who instilled in us the importance of trees and just constant growth and paying it forward. And so I'm paying it forward. I'm hoping we can all look at this child and know that what we plant today, he will enjoy. And even if, and I hope that he will continue to plant for his children. So thank you.
Thank
I
you.
have a cactus at home. So
starting
All right. Okay. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else who wants to speak, ma'am? Please, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Higgins. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here because I support moving forward with the Wagner Farm Park Arboretum. I hope the board will reconsider postponing this project. To me, the Arboretum represents long-term value for Berthoud. It is an investment that will grow over time and benefit us environmentally, educationally, and as part of our town identity. As Berthoud continues to grow, I think it's imperative that we also invest in spaces that preserve beauty, nature, and community connection. Not every investment has to provide immediate return to have lasting value. Some projects are about creating something the future generations will thank us for. I also believe that waiting may ultimately cost the town more. Construction and infrastructure costs will certainly go up. Delaying until 2030 would mean paying significantly more for the same project later. This project already represents years of planning, community input, and effort. It's clear that many residents care deeply about it and see it as an important part of Berthoud's future. I understand the town has many priorities and difficult financial decisions to make, but I hope and believe we can find a way to continue moving forward with the Arboretum. Growth is inevitable, growth is important. The Arboretum is an example of growth that will help not only make our town bigger, but also better. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else? Yeah.
My name is Kate Broughton. We live at on the Grey House opposite NW, and I work in education and artificial intelligence at that crossroads. And I'm currently trying to advise schools how to deal with artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of trauma in education right now. There's a lot of trauma in the world right now, trying to work that out. I love artificial intelligence. I use it all the time. I actually walk across that field 100 times recording. And what's happened recently is you've killed all the weeds, and there's comments about the weeds, and you've grown alfalfa. I think you've planted alfalfa. There's alfalfa that's seeded there, which has fairly deep tap roots. And I hope there's a plan, because when you do start your plan for the garden, for the Arboretum, you need to have a long-term plan about what you're doing to it now. Because whoever's just planted a whole lot of alfalfa that has a deep tap root, you're going to have to deal with that. Don't leave it for 5 years thinking it's not going to settle in for long term. So there's a lot happening. Anything that you can do to make us believe in reality again, the Arboretum's the plan.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else? Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for spoke. I'll bring it back to the board here for deliberation. Does the board have any questions to staff after hearing public comment? Follow up?
Not questions, but discussion.
Okay. All right, we'll start with you, Trustee Wing.
Okay. So I agree with everything that was said by everybody. I mean, how could you argue with the way it looks today and what the plan is? And the Port Committee has done a great job, unbelievable job, working with staff, and it's beautiful. And the previous board, before the newly elected board, also thought it was beautiful. And we were all in support of it, and we wanted to move forward, and we thought it fit with everything we had going on in the town. And then a trustee went on media and stated a whole bunch of things, and it kind of shook up on the board that was in place. And so it's not necessarily that we were against the Arboretum, but when we were brought to our attention the financial concern, we said, well, wait a minute, maybe we need to slow down. And so I just want to quickly just state a couple quotes that came out of that kind of drives why that decision was made to back this thing up and kind of slow down and make sure we're being financially prudent. So again, I just have a few comments here, and it was, the debt service will require payments that will have a budgetary impact for the next 25 years. So here we've got a multi-million-dollar project, and we didn't want to postpone it for 25 years, the Arboretum, but we wanted to say, hey, with all of these comments that were made, maybe we need to just take a look at it. The person said he couldn't confirm the cost of our largest project. So here we are with tens of millions of dollars of a project, can't confirm the cost, and now we're going with another multi-million-dollar project. Can't confirm what the expenses or revenue will be. Again, if we can't confirm that, how can we move forward with other multi-million-dollar projects? Can't confirm whether we will have funds in the long term to finance any other park and recreational projects for the next 25 years. Again, that got the board's attention, and we took it very seriously. And so again, it's been stated many times on other projects, what's the hurry? And I was just saying the board thought, let's see where our funds, come out on these big projects to see if we could truly afford this. Also in this article that went out, this trustee said he had a list of priorities. There were 9 of them, and the Arboretum wasn't one of the priorities that was listed. And then the statement was made, all of his priorities that were stated are threatened with large public projects. Another comment was, seeing these immense proposed expenditures without long-term financial planning doesn't appeal to me. It's the antithesis of fiscal responsibility. I can't answer why this is being rushed. Was stated I can't answer why this needs to happen. So again, we were all for it. We thought it was beautiful. Who likes one of our, keystone lots in our neighborhood, in our town, on our main street, being full of weeds and looking like an eyesore when we could have this beautiful, beautiful Arboretum? And so the question was asked, why? Why did the board make this terrible decision And that was the reason. We were trying to be fiscally prudent for the town, take into consideration the comments that were made, and we thought it would be an okay idea to just say, wait a minute, a huge project has been approved. We're moving forward as far as we can tell. So let's just make sure all of our ducks are lined up when it comes to financial responsibility. That's why that vote was made, and that's why that decision was made.
Thoughts regarding the Arboretum? Where do we want to go from here? Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to go next? Or
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Wing, for clarifying your reasons. I think that does help answer questions. And I honestly don't know the justification for the other board members that voted to pause. But for myself, it's that same fiscal stewardship. When any project has come before the board that was exorbitantly over budget, I voted no, including the bike park and town park. I didn't approve that going over budget either. So what's important is that this just gets dialed in because it's so important. This project is generational. It's not about now, it's about future. And so when it came back nearly double the cost, that to me signifies that pause. And I would recommend we do the same with any other project. This one, because we had $8 million already allocated, that shows that the board, at least the previous one, was very on board with this project. It was very important to the board that this go forward, and we allocated those dollars to be spent this year in January. And the only two things that changed since January were two things for me, and that was one, the drought. We've had record snowfall, lack of snowfall, and that put pause. And I'm from the fire service. We're constantly talking to the fire chief about the dry August and June we're going to have. I do think about water preservation, not just this year, but the years that are going to follow that we have to maintain this project. So I appreciated the response from staff about where those water resources are going to come from. Those are questions that I think need to be answered for us to continue moving forward during a serious drought season. And as well as the fact that if we do not receive more rainfall, we are going to have water restrictions for our community members. And then yet the town would be watering new trees, not just existing ones. And that concerns me. The other thing that changed was just the budget, the cost. So those two things did change. Those things can be worked out. I don't think it's necessary to have a 4-year pause. I think if those things, there can be resolution, then that's great, and we can move forward and keep having that discussion. Obviously, everything is in place. When we hear from a committee, tremendous support for a project, that's really exciting. That gives us our green light, but we also have to balance other priorities too. There are a lot of constituents who don't support the Arboretum. They're not here, and I can't say why, but we do hear from them. They support other projects that are more, like streets and road repairing, and not, parks and recreation, which we balance those priorities. So that's where, we have to juggle both positions. And I appreciate having a committee that's so invested in presenting these park projects that are so thought out. I also wanted to give staff time. I did not want them to rush bringing back to us a modified version of this park without some serious thought, because if we take away all those key things that we had already voted yes on over years of discussion, we're taking away some permanent structures, because it's all has to be done at the same time. So I think giving staff a little bit of time to bring to us options that, can be beneficial and not just piecemeal is really important. So I think I'll just leave it at that. Sorry, that was long-winded.
Sounds good. Trustee Anderson, anything you'd like to bring up your thoughts right now?
Yeah, sure. Fiscal responsibility is very important to me, and which is why I ask a lot of the numbers questions. But I also think, and when I see that there was an appropriation for this, yes, I think it did. I think not only identify but kind of underscore a commitment for the project. I'd feel more comfortable. There's two areas or two things that I think we need to know more about. One is, can we really bring this in at budget? And I think Administrator Kirk said that he believes that we can, but I'd like for us to be able to see that first. And two, as we start looking at information for budget for next year, And the next 5 years, I guess we'll be looking at projections over the next month or so. How does this fit in with those other costs and what's a priority? Now, honestly, as a senior, this type of a project is very important to me. I think it's a project that all ages can enjoy. It lends itself towards volunteerism and from any age. So, frankly, I think it's a very well thought out project. I appreciate the work that's gone into it, and it's been something that's been planned, even though I haven't been in Berthoud that long, for 20 years. But I do think we need to have those other two pieces of information first, so that we can pragmatically move forward and feel comfortable that we've not only met our fiscal responsibility, but that we've prioritized this as a project because of what it does for the community and that it does involve people from every age.
Trustee Murphy.
Yeah, going back to the allocation of funding for this project, if I recall right, I was the only one to vote against this year's budget. There's reasons behind that, and a lot of it has to do with the allocation of funding. I don't believe the 2026 budget goes far enough in achieving the needs of the people. My votes are not dependent on the folks up here or what they say or do. My votes are based on what you say and what our committees say. I want your input. I care about your input. I've been working on this project with our tree committee for 3 years, attending Birthday Day, Oktoberfest, hearing from hundreds of people at this point about how wonderful this project is. When is it going to get built? Why are we not doing more to invest in our tree canopy, in our natural spaces, in our natural flora and fauna here? This board, the prior board, I should say, voted for this funding. They didn't question it. They thought our outlay for this year for the Arboretum, for Richardson, for the Sunoco building, for every other project was acceptable. I did not feel it was aligned enough with those natural space and trail priorities that sit at the top of our list from the port survey, from our Arboretum survey, that suggest, at least in my opinion, that there is broad consensus in this community of varying degrees that this is a good project, a well thought out process that has gone to hard bid, and we are at the end of the line. I have significant concerns about how our capital projects are processed and handled and communicated to the community. We need to do a better job on this. This not meeting our budgetary needs is a problem that needs to be addressed. But the fact that we have hard bids in front of us, we have a full breakdown of this project and what everything will cost. We have the ability to value engineer this. It is all paid for out of our current budget. There is no debt service on this. This will not tap out our funds. This is an important project not only for us, but for our children and our grandchildren. I spent last week up on my property in Minnesota planting trees for the future. Planting apple trees, planting blueberry bushes, not for me. I'm not going to enjoy those. That's for my kids. That's for my kids' kids. That's the way I live my life. I think most of this community believes in that kind of paying it forward toward the next generation. This project is the most achievable of our capital projects in front of us. It has plenty of ability to dial it back, to rein in our costs. It has an ability to be phased, which I've had extensive conversations with our tree committee on, as well as our town arborist. This is a scalable project, and the best time to start it was yesterday, but the next best time is now. I urge this board to reconsider the 2030 motion and move towards having staff value engineer this project, look at the alternatives, and bring that forth to this board for a full discussion of what is included and what is not, and making sure that we have a project that not only meets our financial expectations and the expectations of the voters, but also something that we can really be proud of. As we walk through this town, as I walk our streets every day, I'm thinking about those ash trees that are 100 years old, that our forefathers had the wisdom to plant in the streets, to make this town the small, lovable town that it is. It would not be the same without our tree canopy. And it's something that we should have that kind of wisdom and foresight as a board, as a community, to plant for the next generation. So I'm supportive of that.
Trustee Grace.
As part of kind of my comment, I would like to ask some questions from those who were on the board formerly who would have voted on this, mostly to get an understanding, because when the motion came out, it was very fast, little discussion, it was voted down. It was kind of a shock, I think, to all of us, even in the audience, and it was a shock to me as somebody who was, incoming. I understand the concern of costs, in a fiscal sense. I'm always looking out for costs as well and making sure that we've got the budget for it. I do want to ask to understand, that this came back, the bids came back and hadn't even moved into, a process where they could do value engineering. Was there a reason why it was stopped right then instead of waiting until staff had a chance to value engineer before discussing it further? Was there just, can I just ask, what was the reason why it didn't go to the next step before voting on whether or not to postpone funding or not?
Yeah, I can take a shot at that. We had a really long presentation on this subject. I think it was hours and hours and hours. And at the end, in the presentation, not unlike today's, there was no cost listed at all. There was all these wonderful amenities, beautiful, a dream of an arboretum, but we didn't know how much it was going to cost. And then after a lengthy discussion, we finally got a dollar amount, and it was well over 50% higher than the previous number we had been given. So at that point, we asked that the group go back, and Administrator Kurt said, yeah, we can find some substantial savings in that. So that was how that was moving forward in the process. Again, we thought the board at that time had a pretty good handle in trusting Administrator Kurt with the finances, and he had everything buttoned down, and he's done an amazing job turning our town around. And so we had a lot of confidence that if he said we can do this and this and this, and conservatively we can afford it, we were supportive of that. Then there were some really vocal things that got out to the community that I think scared the hell out of a lot of people. That maybe the town was in dire straits, and 25 years, no other projects are going to be done, and you can't. And a lot of the community was saying, "Oh my gosh, what's going on? Are we mortgaging the farm for the next 25 years? Can we do any other projects? Can we do any trails?" And that's where I think if you look at the date of when some of these communications went out, shortly after that is when the decision was made, because it was talked about on other projects like, hey, why so fast? Why right now? And I think all we wanted to do was be fiscally prudent and say, if there truly is this doomsday feeling out there by one of our members, let's really take a look at it. And maybe after that's up and running, or we get the final bids in, we can really get our arms wrapped around where we sit as a town holistically from a financial standpoint. I believe that's the only reason that happened. It was just a timeout, slow down. Let's see how our coffers are setting. And I think Chris Kirk will support this comment. many times we put things in a budget almost as a placeholder. And year after year after year, some of these capital things don't happen. So then they get put in the budget the next year and the next year, and they get moved forward. And those funds are still kind of, it's a holding pattern. And that's sort of what we thought with the Arboretum. We've got the funds. We did put it in the budget. If it doesn't come to fruition, this calendar year, we certainly can look at it. So, and again, the question was even asked that night, how did you come up with 2030? Well, really all it was let's just take a breath and pause and see where we're at financially. It never, I think, was literally intended that that's where it will go, but that at least gave us a time to kind of evaluate things. Does that answer your question? I mean,
yeah, I mean, it helps.
I think that's how we
understanding.
made
Again,
that decision that night.
Yeah, again, I was, in the audience listening, and I'm, was just looking to understand because I wasn't a part of that vote. So similarly to, and again, just so that I can understand from the fiscal part of things. So, can I ask why then the COP financing got approved, but that conversation wasn't revisited? And it seems like if we're concerned about, the cost for the Arboretum, then we should also be concerned about the COP, that the financing process has already been approved. Was there a reason why that conversation didn't also come back up as part of the fiscal concern?
If I may, just for clarity, the COP financing has not been approved with the board.
Sorry, I didn't say it was approved. It's been approved to move forward with them starting the process of drafting documents.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And to clarify on that, if you don't mind, if that gets to a place where we get the final bids and that's over the estimated budgets that the COP would cover, I would not be in support of that. And that would be that pause moment again of how do we reconfigure, and if we take away from this project, is it still valuable to the community to invest this much? And because of the scale of this investment, I think that's where, for me, I know it felt rushed and sudden, but there's these moments where things start to mount and you're questioning and you're asking citizens these different things, these concerns that they have about a project. And then when you have that big red flag moment, you're like, okay, push the brakes. There's a lot of things coming up. And for me, that was, comments about, we're saying this is trails, but it's completely paved with concrete. It doesn't count as trails. It's connections to trails. It's all these amazing things, but is it a trail? And so that kind of was, something I was wrestling through with citizens. And then when we talked about the cost and how fast it was happening, and it felt like there was a trustee, Murphy was saying that, are these things being rushed? Is it too fast? And so having that commentary on Richardson and then commentary from the public, just the climate of, are we rushing things? Do we need to reevaluate? Is it okay to push pause? I'm always a fan of if there's a blockage, we need to sit and talk through it and not keep going fast and hard. We need to relook at it. This isn't like housing development. This is our project. So we get to dictate the timing on this. And that's where, for me, it was like, okay, whether 4 years was right or wrong, that's not what was important to me. I resonated with some of the comments that Wing had said and said, okay, this is the good moment to pump the brakes and make sure we do this right. I don't know if that answers your question, but I do want that all publicly stated.
And just to follow up too,
Sure.
why one and not the other? As we looked at the survey that was done, and I'm looking at the page now, and I can't tell exactly what it is unless I count them, but there's about 20 characteristics. And we found that Richardson checked like 17 to 18 out of the 20, and the Arboretum checked like 4 or 5. And that's where we were balancing this whole thing. Where will kids get the most benefit? Where will the majority of citizens get the most benefit? So that's why we were looking at that. And again, we thought we could do it all. We were all go on that. And again, we trusted the town administrator that we could do it all. But then we sort of got a curveball.
Would it be fair to ask if potentially, because I understand, from what you're saying, Trustee Wing, that, the kind of 2030 date was more kind of arbitrary, but mostly to just pause and take a minute to breathe. Is it fair to say that maybe we need to modify our stance and allow staff, along with the contractor, to do value engineering and finish those costs and reverse the pause on the funding until we actually have answers to the cost? Because the previous board has already agreed to start moving forward. with Richardson, knowing, what you said was that if the costs are too high, then maybe we reevaluate it. So can we apply that same concept to the Arboretum and repeal the motion to allow, because with the motion in place, it sends mixed signals of what the town can and can't do. Because if there's not, if the funding is paused, can they engage with the contractor? Can they not? So can we repeal the motion, allow staff to come back where we can take a look at it and then decide from there once we actually have the final numbers?
Yeah, and Trustee Anderson said, she'd like to hear more information on it. So if we were to amend that and say whatever the wording is, something to the effect, or we're gonna have staff look into this, dig into it, do the due diligence again, get us some final numbers, what things will go, what things might not be appropriate. So if we were to amend it, say that's what we're waiting for. I would be certainly open to that, and I think I would be really chiming in on the same page as Trustee Anderson.
I'm already writing the motion.
She's ahead. I appreciate the conversation. Again, it was mostly to get more information for myself, and I'm sure for the public as well. Though I am new to the board, I've been following the open space and parks and trails projects for a really long time, and I didn't quite have understanding until tonight about why the funding for the Arboretum was put on hold until a future date, even though the money had already been kind of allocated in that capital fund account. So thank you very much for answering all of the questions and helping me understand what the previous board's perspective was on that.
Can we just clarify? Tonight you can make a motion to direct staff to bring something back to you. That's the only action you can take tonight, because it's not scheduled for anything as such as a repeal of anything. So I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you for your points. Trustee Olbert, anything?
I think it's a beautiful park. I'm new to the project, so I don't have a lot of specifics. All I have is that one photo that was presented, so I don't know, other from that one viewpoint, what amenities are included in that park. But I think it would be a great asset to the community with long-lasting benefits. But I would like to know a little bit more about it myself. Photos, amenities, bathrooms, buildings on the structure, trails, whether they're asphalt or concrete or dirt, etc. So it'd be good to know a little bit more about it for me. But no, I love the concept, and look forward to learning more about it.
One more comment. Several trustees have said, they're here to support the citizens, what the citizens want. I don't know the process of the procedure, but Mayor Pro Tem said there are a lot of people actually not necessarily for this. What would it take for us to do a vote of the citizens?
I guess we just send it to a vote, Administrator Kirk, or to a county vote, I guess, or a coordinated election.
This is kind of an interesting one because we wouldn't be asking. It's not a Tabor question or anything.
It's not a binding question in any way, so
it would be an advisory vote.
Advisory. We don't typically recommend that because it's advisory only. You're welcome to do it.
Just to hear the citizen's voice. And
again, it's up to you, but it's not binding in any way.
And Brett, I understand what you're trying to say, but what bothers me a little bit about that is, then why wouldn't you put every project up for a vote in that?
Well, that's what's happening to most of our projects these days.
Well, I'd just like to add, thank you everyone for coming in, and I think these are all great points. The tree board for all your time on this, and really for your speaking your mind too. You guys spend a lot of time here, and if something was unsettling, I hope we answered that, but at least being able to hear you guys out. And for the rest of the folks coming out here tonight too. I think this is a great discussion. I was one of the minority in that last vote. I would like to see this keep going. I don't want to restate too much stuff, but I do think this is a downtown property. It really ties into our heritage. It really matches the conservation easement uses quite closely. I think this would be, I don't want to say the close. It's a 20-year long conversation, and I don't want to say it's closing it. It's starting a new chapter on this park here. So it would really just be good to see this underway and have something for the whole community But I am also supportive of doing some value engineering too, and coming back with a kind of reduced budget amount. I think Trustee Anderson, you brought this up, or actually Mayor Pro Tem, you brought this up of without trying to lose the character too much, and that's gonna be really tough. But I'm passionate about having the irrigation there, so we have something long term, and I really love that creek, and I'm sure those are very, very expensive on both of those. But to me, that's what would be enough to get someone from out of the community here, and people in the community really excited about it, wanting to bring their friends and family out. So ultimately, though, I'd like to, be what it is to get this price down, however staff sees appropriate. So I'm also in favor of seeing this go forward, and sounds like this is kind of a similar motion.
Yes.
Is there any other final comments or any questions?
Just real quick, I just want to offer that if there's ever a question of, like Trustee Grace brought up, why, I'm happy to answer that with citizens directly. If you want to call or email me, reach out via email, and I'm happy to meet with you and have those conversations, answer those questions, and hear where I think you think I'm wrong, and I could do better too. Like, those are not, I don't think I have all the answers. I think we're learning every day. So please, reach out to members of the board. It's a lot easier when you come with questions and want to engage in dialogue than accusations, admittedly. That gets a little hard to field every time there's a conflict. And, so please feel free.
The general point, yeah. Okay, if there's nothing else, Trustee Anderson has a
motion.
A motion here, and we can vote on that.
All right.
Or it's be essentially voting to provide direction.
Yes.
Yes.
First, I want to say thank you for all the hard work that's gone into this project, and it's very evident from the voices that we heard tonight, and from the tree committee, probably from the port committee when you heard from them previously. So I totally appreciate it. I love citizen involvement. Thank you. Thanks again for that. And I have to say it's divine justice that I'm making this motion, because I do have allergies to tree pollen. And as you can tell, my eyes have been watering. My nose has been running this whole meeting.
I thought you were just excited about trees.
There you go. I'm not crying about them. No, I think it's divine justice, because I think the trees are telling me something. But okay, I move to repeal the moratorium on that extends this project to 2030, and that we direct Administrator Kirk and town staff to work toward reviewing project costs to reduce, in order to reduce costs, to make the project within budget, and then advise the board of the success of the reductions and what will be included or excluded.
I'll second.
As a result.
Is that a fair enough motion for staff?
Did that contradict anything you said?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Did it? I don't think so.
I guess really at the end of the day, you're ultimately going to have to make a decision. I'll leave it up to Attorney Carberry, but I think your motion said remove the
we can't repeal.
decision.
Yeah, we can't do that.
We can't
do
do
that.
that.
That part of your motion.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then I would.
Yeah, thank you.
I would amend the motion. To say,
I think the motion needs to be to give direction.
Right.
We want to give direction to staff, and then provide the direction, but not to repeal anything.
Okay.
That
Then
I will. Ask why we can't amend or repeal a motion that went out for vote for trust. I'm just for
because it's set for a discussion only on your agenda. There's no action listed on your agenda.
Okay. Well, then I would I would withdraw my motion, and I will restate it. If that's okay with the second, because I think you have to have the okay from the second to do that.
I would just pull your whole motion and start over. It's probably easier than trying to amend it.
Just doing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then I move that we direct Administrator Kirk to work toward reviewing project costs to reduce them to make the project within budget, and then advise the board of the success of the reductions and what will be included or excluded as a result.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion been properly seconded. Does that work, Administrator Kirk, for this?
Yes, and I think practically speaking, it's the same either way. Even if you voted to repeal the 2030 decision tonight, you're not voting to build it, so you can make that choice when we put that on the agenda next go round.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion that's been seconded. Any final discussion on this? Okay, Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Grace?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Excellent. It's a unanimous vote. Thank you, everyone that's been here for the Arboretum tonight and staff. Are we okay to move on to again, or you want to take a 5 minute?
Can we take a 5 minute?
Okay, let's do a 10-minute actually. It's more realistic. Take a 10-minute break.
But it's not.
Be more honest with ourselves. I think that was a good person.
Folks, if you're wishing to speak tonight, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. If you haven't, thank you very much. If you have not yet and you'd like to speak to the branding, if you could please sign up now. Give you a second if you'd like to do that. Okay. Otherwise, we'll start at item number 4, and that's the town branding and the creative committee. And we have Stephanie Horvath, our community engagement manager, to present on that. Welcome, Stephanie.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees. How are you guys doing today?
Good, thank you.
Do you mind grabbing the microphone so that people can hear you?
Where's?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have another presentation, Stephanie?
Yes.
Just a moment.
And to Trustee Grace's point, I don't know, it's like it is hard when it's even on the other side of the podium with people. So I think you can move it. Oh, perfect. You can do that.
That's perfect.
How y'all doing tonight?
Good. While we're waiting, Stephanie, thank you for coordinating Friday. We had 9 News come about the banners, so
Absolutely.
thanks for the press release and got some interest from the news.
I haven't seen anything from it yet, so hopefully it aired. I haven't been able to.
Good things
search it.
take time, I guess.
While we're waiting, this is Katie with Locality, and she'll be presenting majority of the presentation.
Stephanie, is my thumb drive on the computer there? Let me grab that.
Oh, there's 2. No worries.
There you are.
Perfect, thank you.
Take 2.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees. I'm Stephanie Horvath. I am the Community Engagement Manager for the town of Berthoud. In 2024, we went through a brand assessment at the direction of the board to come to the conclusion of who we are as a town. Moving from that, we hired Locality to kind of help us move forward from that point. So I'm going to let her talk, and I'm going to jump in occasionally.
Yeah, she'll be around. Hello, everyone. Good to meet most of you. I've met a couple of you throughout this process. My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm the founder and owner of Locality Studio based out of St. Louis, Missouri. So I've definitely fallen in love with the Front Range a bit, having been here now twice and getting to know this great town. So I'm going to do a little bit of background, but then jump into, why we're here today, the brand itself. So in July of 2025, the town put out an RFP to do this branding process. These are the main goals that the town wanted to reach with this project. So an authentic brand, something that balances growth and preservation of identity, differentiates Berthoud from other communities, and then overall goals being enhancing marketing, economic development, and civic pride. So before I came along, the town first did a brand assessment, and this was done by a different firm, focused a bit more on the public engagement and research side of things. So Chandler Thanks did this and had about 1,200 participants throughout the process, from stakeholder interviews to surveys to outsider perception surveys as well, to get thoughts about Berthoud, kind of a wholesome view of it. They also did a digital audit and a community tour. So once that was said and done, that's where I came along. So our process was a community tour back in January. That's the last time I was here, so we've talked about it's a lot greener now. a community open house also in January while I was here. We had about 55 attendees just upstairs. We took all of the findings from not only the Chandler Thinks brand assessment, the open house, our own research on demographics, peer communities, the history of Berthoud, everything all encompassing into this document, as well as other surveys that we've mentioned today, throughout the Arboretum, the Parks and Rec, the community perception surveys. We took all of that into one place and combined it and made a brand strategy document from it. We then designed about 4, maybe 4.5 brand design options and worked with a working group that Stephanie will mention in 1 second. And we fully worked through each of these, I should say. They were not just shown and voted yes or no. They were shown and tweaked and revised, bringing in different thoughts and ideas from the working group itself. Some logos had homes, some flowers, some trees, and we ended up where we are today, which we will show you the 2 options in a second. After this process, we will hand off all final files, brand guidelines, rollout plan, and lots of templates, primarily to Stephanie and her team to get using with the staff. I'll let Stephanie talk about the working group.
So the creative committee is made up of 9 people with deep roots to Berthoud. And I want to be very clear, we were very thoughtful of who we picked to be on this committee because we knew this was going to be impactful for a very long time. We had trustee May Sorcelli Albrecht. We had trustee Brett Wing on the committee. We also had the Berthoud Community Library District CEO, Amy Pilla. We had Berthoud Historical Society Museums Manager Andrew Wayland. We had the Berthoud Chamber of Commerce Executive Director Tavia Roth, a designer and local business owner, Sabina Georges, Habitat for Humanity Community Engagement Director Laura Collins, a realtor and second-generation Berthoud business owner and member of the Berthoud Fire Protection District's Board of Directors, Gary Maggi, longtime resident, frequent local volunteer, and member of the Tree Advisory Committee, Kathy Mitchell. So these are all people that have very deep roots to Berthoud and care very deeply about everything Berthoud. I was proud of how they all came together and worked. Nobody felt shouted out. Everybody had an equal say. It was really a good, I don't know if you would agree, but I thought it was pretty great the way everyone worked together. And through this process, it's important to remember that logo is artwork. Artwork, like music, like haircuts, like taste in clothing, it's subjective. So remember that as you move forward.
So something we worked to find these key issues with the existing brand and kind of why the town wanted to go for this project in the first place. We showed this at the open house as well. Some key issues we saw were that 50% of the current logo is roughly sky and sun. And what about that really screams Berthoud? Second is the lack of versatility. Not only is it stuck in a circle, there is no version of the logo that Berthoud or the town of Berthoud has text outside of the image, leaving it to be hard to read small and without versatility. There's also multiple versions of the logo out there. If you just walk around this building, you'll see a couple different signs where things are slightly different. So this is an opportunity to bring everything together into one story and one official logo and image. Also, when it's in black and white, unfortunately, the sun ends up black, which isn't ideal. So there were a couple of just simple things that needed to be changed or could be upgraded. Even one I'll mention now that I see it on your shirt there. You have the logo itself and then the Garden Spot of Colorado. From far away, I can read the Garden Spot of Colorado, not the town of Berthoud, right? So just fixing these key things was something we kept in mind. This is a very quick, very wordy look at our open house findings that Locality Studio did ourselves. We asked for thoughts on the current brand while showing those issues that the town has run into. We asked, what does Berthoud look like, sound like, and how can it stand out? I'll kind of note a couple things here. Simpler is better was echoed throughout the process. The grain elevator being a key image of Berthoud was also something we heard a lot. And you can see one of our boards at the bottom right. Pretty heavy leans on some things. This was the sound one. So mountains and farm and safe, authentic, small town. So it's kind of nice to see everyone kind of flow in the same direction. So like I said, these were kind of our findings and summary of what led us into the design stage. Simple is key being number one. The lack of flexibility being important. Charming, small town, friendly, family oriented. Scenic, outdoor identity, gardens, open space. Your beautiful view came up quite a lot. We also were cognizant that growth is creating tension, and we wanted to preserve identity and open space. And lastly, some key visual and cultural references are historic downtown. You guys know these things. The grain elevator, agriculture, the scenery, the museum, your businesses, and TPC were a couple things called out. And now Stephanie's going to talk about the tagline itself.
Okay, first, we all love the garden spot. I want to put that out there. We are not suggesting we throw away the garden spot by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, since the Arboretum is still on the table, it is not too late to rename it the Garden Spot of Berthoud or the Garden Spot Arboretum. So it will live forever beyond all of us. What we would like to do is remove it from shirts and cars. We wouldn't have anything there. Even where good things grow. We'd like to move good things grow to be a more usable tagline. So if we do some marketing, and I have some samples if you guys want to see it later, the garden spot can't really be used in marketing because it needs explanation. Through all of the focus groups, all the surveys, most people were confused about what it meant. Where good things grow can be where good families grow, where good community grows, where good business grows. It has so many applications. The chamber can use it, Main Street can use it. It's got way more flexibility, and that's kind of what we want to do with it. So not getting rid of garden spot, just moving it back a little bit and pushing where good things grow more to the forefront. Where good things grow is not going to be on shirts, it's not going to be on cars, it's not going to be on business cards. It's going to be kind of in our back pocket to use as marketing when needed.
So, moving into the fun stuff, some may say. Something we all agreed on as a group early on was the color palette. We tried out a couple different ones and ended up going back to what are those key visual indicators of Berthoud, and the grain elevator was always coming up. Now, the grain elevator itself, if we all think about it, is just a rectangle in the sky. So it's a little tough to put that within an image and not have to explain it. So instead what we did is took colors from the mural itself and used those. They have a wide range of color options there and accessible options too, with colors and color contrast. So you will see this color palette in both logo options, and that's why there's not a change there between them. So here's the big shebang. These are the two brands that we ended up with, and I will say that brand one had unanimous and very positive support throughout the working group creative committee itself. So just keep that in mind as we go through these different options. So the first one obviously leans on mountains. We call this a bit of our refreshed version of the logo. It has the same story, right, and the same content that the current logo has, but we've corrected the mountain peaks. We've made it a bit simpler and easier to use. We've taken the town of Berthoud out of that circle, so it's a bit more flexible. Even the shapes can be used and move around in various marketing materials. And the bottom line representing your rolling hills and your agriculture, and the star being kind of that differentiating piece of Berthoud itself, being, or soon becoming, the first dark skies community on the Front Range. In addition, you also have the Little Thompson Observatory at the museum, which is a really cool, unique kind of space feature as well. So brand number two is a bit more on the playful side. We called this our Reimagine logo. Much more different, right, than the first, and maybe the existing logo itself. We wanted a more kind of playful, brought that kind of home style, authentic look, still playing into where good things grow, the push of the scenic beauty, the outdoors. So that's where the leaf comes in. So with a lot of these next few slides, I'm just going to let you kind of sit and take it in for a minute. But they will both have the same content for each logo. So you'll get to see the same kind of ideas and versions for each. So this one specifically, we've got some with where good things grow if you end up using it in any logo form. But as Stephanie said, it probably won't be around quite too much. We also want to call out the black and white version itself. That could specifically be used not only when a black and white version is needed, but for the dark skies kind of sub logo. Really pushes that theme. Here's how it could look with different departments and the color kind of story from the farmer's wife. An option that I've done with other cities is let each department decide a brand color, if that's a way you would like to differentiate, Public Works versus, Stephanie's department and things like that. So a wide range of options there. And lastly, here's an application of what this could look like. None of these are final, but on some various icons, shirts, a town car, stationery, and some fun, what we call swag items, like stickers and things. And this is a bit more of a look at both digital and physical ways that this brand could be applied. We did a quick little change up to your website and a quick little change up to your Facebook to see what that would look like on social media, some signage potentials, as well as some indoor signage and banners. So like I said, this will be similar with the second brand. However, with this brand, we, as a group, acknowledge it is much less accessible. So you'd have to use this B with Town of Berthoud on the top left as the primary logo. The secondary logo can be the horizontal version used occasionally, so it's something to keep in mind. And that's because of the type of font that's used, script versus a sans serif, just easier to read and more accessible with the first logo. It really has a lot of the same content that the other one did. The leaf is a bit different. The mountains look a bit different. And then we also have the lines for the farmland itself. Another way to look at how a department could look, the various colors in this format. Same applications, but with a slightly different brand. And again here, digital and physical signage. And you can see we primarily use the B logo with the horizontal being used occasionally. I am going to end on this page, kind of gives you our metrics that the group used of what our goals were for each logo in the process and how we felt that they achieved those. Like I said, the group voted unanimously for option 1 on the left, but this gives you a kind of quick view of, the authentic and historic, how accessible it is, how clear and flexible it is, which is a very big issue with the current brand. So I will leave it with this. Stephanie, do you have anything to add?
Oh, I just want to, before I sign off, I want to do a big thank you and show of appreciation for everyone who was on the board, on the committee, because it was a big commitment. It was 4 months of meetings and decisions and changes and standing up and saying what you believe and what, so without that, it could have been a lot more painful. So thank you, everyone. Do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Trustees, any questions?
Like the monuments, those are pretty expensive pieces of logos for the town. Have you rolled up a cost of changing everything over to the new logo?
We would take an evolution approach to this. We would not hit everything at once. As shirts wear out, we would replace with a new logo. Okay. As stickers on the side of trucks wear out from the sun, we'd replace with new logos. And then at the end, we'd do a big swoop for street signs and stuff. So there's lots of time.
And is where good things grow, is that trademarked?
It's on our wall in front of the in the First Street thing, so I think we've got some time where we can say we've been using it already. I haven't checked if it's trademarked.
Thank you.
So you mentioned phasing this, kind of starting at one point. How long would that take? And do you have any idea what that cost would be to switch everything out?
Well, we could budget, because we're already halfway through this year, so we could budget as for bigger things like the signage and things. Shirts, we all have shirt budgets. We have uniform budgets. So as if this is approved, then as they want new jackets and hats and shirts, we would suggest that they get the new jersey or the new logo instead of replacing the old logo.
Are there specific line items in the budget that this comes from?
Uniform?
So there's a line item just
for uniform, yeah.
And signs?
We do have dedicated line item budgets for street signs, for uniforms. We pay for things like business cards or letterhead out of most letterhead we just print now. We don't, it's not like we have boxes of letterhead anymore because we don't stick that in a typewriter like I did when I first started working in town government. But yes, for the most part, most of the things that we would need to update, we have money budgeted for vehicle maintenance. If there's money left at the end of the year, we could swap out vinyl decals. We do have line items where we can cover most of this expense. The big ticket items are things like monument signage.
Right.
Those are very expensive dollar amounts. We'd want to go through and do an inventory of the kind of most high value, highest priority, and then give you a budget for that either at mid-year or as part of our annual budget process for 2027.
And some like the Arboretum, if you decide to go with the garden spot, it hasn't been built yet, so that would be built into that already.
And I'll add to, digital is a quick, easy change from social media to the newsletter, the website. These are things that, can start the process with little to no cost.
Can we, on the final page here, what does accessible mean? Easy, quickly to read? Is that boom, you see it, you know what it means? Is that what you mean?
No, it has to do with ADA accessibility guidelines. Okay. So, like I mentioned, the fonts.
Go back to that final page where it had the.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you good?
You're good. So this one particularly is with the font itself. So using script fonts is generally less accessible than a sans serif font, which is town of in both versions, and then a serif font is Berthoud in the first option. So fonts play into it. A lot of it has to do with digital accessibility. So when it comes to applying things to the website, it's just making sure fonts are the right size. Again, that they're readable. We wouldn't type out everything on the website in a script font, just a heading or two. If you were to go with that. And then secondly, color, as I mentioned. So that's why these really focus on the blues and the greens, not only for the scenic beauty, but that dark blue is a great accessible color against, white itself. And then we would give you those accessibility guidelines within the greater brand guideline document of when and where and why to use what fonts and colors.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. And then the different from surrounding communities, what I guess the first slot, you'd see this, and then what is the other one that makes it kind of different? They both have the town's name on it in big font. So what makes one different from surrounding communities and the other not?
I think for us as a group, we did have a challenge with mountains, right? Everyone's got them, and many people use mountains in their logo. But we did find that although that's true, when we add the star, we add the kind of agriculture and hills, that does differentiate the style itself as well. But that's why that one leans a little bit less, because it's so heavy on the mountains. That would be my kind of main takeaway. But it kept coming up as a very important part of Berthoud, not only the mountains, but your specific view of the mountains as well.
And what's cool, I'd like to add, what's cool, I think, about the logo and the star, I know it came up earlier. Being the first dark sky community on the Front Range is huge, and no one else will ever get to be the first. So having that distinguishes us from surrounding communities. Wellington doesn't have it, Meade doesn't have it, nobody has it, we'll have it. And the black and white version of this, to me, is an extraordinarily cool opportunity because very few logos switch entirely their meaning going black and white.
It's nighttime.
And no one else has that.
And with the dark skies, correct me if I'm wrong, but once you're not a dark sky community, it's very hard to backtrack into one, just development wise and, having those codes and things in place. So
It's also a fun conversation starter. Why do you have a star? Well, let me tell you.
Other questions right now?
Yeah, I've got just a future question for the town branding piece of things. So after the Chandler thinks the survey was completed, are there any additional plans to address the rest of what came out of that branding survey after we vote on the logo design?
And
Or was it just the logo design that came out of that survey?
I don't understand. What do you?
Sorry, to clarify, there were other topics, main themes that came up through that survey. The growth versus identity, their market and economy, and some other tensions. I'm just curious if after the logo is addressed, if there's any plans to address the rest of the subjects that came up in the branding survey.
Branding is not the logo, and I've said this. I know you guys weren't on, but branding is not a logo. The logo is the logo. So branding will have a lot to do with you guys, for rules and how things work, like the dark sky, right? How we move forward dictates how we stay a dark sky and how that looks moving forward. So this is just the logo aspect of it. Branding, I have no control over growth. That's not my purview. That's you guys. So what we're going to do is keep everything, all of our communications cohesive, so everything works together. As she said with the logo, I noticed this today for the first time. It's kind of embarrassing, but the logo on the front door doesn't match the logo on your briefcases. The black and white, the sun melts into the top layer of the mountains somehow. I don't know how we have two versions of a black and white logo, but we do. So this will bring the logo aspect of the branding into a cohesive version, which is the goal today. Yeah.
And if I may just piggyback on what Stephanie said, the branding survey that we did was really intended to inform creative decisions. It wasn't intended to make policy decisions. Certainly there's good information in there that I think you should consider as a town board as you make policy. But the intent of that survey was to just inform creative decisions about what's important to try to represent as we leverage what is our reputation and brand through some creative effort.
Yeah, it's who we are as seen by us and outside communities.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That was all I had.
Okay, thanks. And I see a lot of the first color palette. Regarding the darker color palettes, did we kind of dive into that much? Like, looks like a German flag? Yeah, the ones on black.
Well, when you say it like that,
purely because of how they're ordered, right? That goes back to the accessibility. Again, you're not going to be able to see that yellow on white as much, or people with vision problems. So we wouldn't recommend a logo all yellow. You'll see this kind of any professional company logos, things like that. I think the red is a bit more versatile. That can be pulled in, and I think it goes exactly to what Stephanie was saying. The brand is more than the logo. So these will be the key colors, but then, maybe for Oktoberfest or Birthday Day, you really lean into the yellow and the red, right? Or when the Arboretum, maybe you pull in more of the greens and the yellows, but you still have those options there.
I think the color palette is beautiful. Yeah, very, very mountain-esque.
Well, it pulls our heritage, right? So looking around, that's, who Berthoud is the rancher's wife. Part of it, should tell.
And you sure got the clay as well. The clay color. Perfect.
And I will say, I think, some of these colors get represented in other areas in town, right? Obviously, we pulled these out of this painting, but, the green tree canopy and our spectacular park system, the red is a very kind of brick red color that we see in some of the historic buildings downtown. obviously there's a lot of water, and water's kind of critical to our community and the whole North Front Range. But I mean, you know, you can kind of see the tie-in. It all really makes sense, I think, from our perspective.
The questions, Ariel?
I don't have a question, but I feel like it'd be nice to give a little snapshot of just my experience with the committee, just watching that group. I mean, it was a difficult conversation. Like, this wasn't just like, yes, check, check, check. It was a lot of back and forth, a lot of belaboring, some difficult, honest feedback. And so watching, you guys really respond to the feedback and keep bringing new and new and new. And it was, it wasn't easy. And throughout the process, there wasn't necessarily consensus because there's a lot of different components that were being considered and belabored, and history and honoring the culture. So when the group really came to a consensus, that gave me a lot of peace as a board member, of saying that this group really wrestled to this point and they're happy with the outcome. And so that was really neat to watch them feel proud of what they are presenting. And even the components like the star was a unique thing that came out of it that wasn't originally there. And the color palette came from that. So just being kind of like a fly on the wall a little bit, I'm so proud of that group for how much input they put in without filter. And that was exactly what was needed for the sake of the community. So that's just my observation.
This is probably at least the 10th iteration. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or 20th. I mean, there was a lot of discussion.
Take it lightly.
Yeah.
Is there anyone signed up? No one signed up. Okay. Let's see if anyone in the public wanted to address this. Okay, so we're looking in the direction of picking one. What you guys want to see from us going forward? No, go ahead.
If I could, maybe more of a comment.
Yes.
I wanted to dive into, I guess, the logo and talking about the serif font. Is there any exploration of going a little bit more interesting with that? I guess I'm very happy with the sans serif. I think that works.
Yes. Clearly, we have a more script one to lean into that authentic, kind of playful, maybe family vibe. Then the one on the left, I've always said, is a bit more historic feeling, a bit more grounded feeling, which was another important piece of the research and the group's thoughts themselves. It does lean better, accessible wise, which is a key component. But yeah, we played with a couple different ones. We played with even just full serif, and that felt a bit too modern. When you get into those, it can feel a bit corporate-y, instead of for a town. So that was some of the reasons.
And the other element I wanted to bring up was just kind of looking at the mountains. They're certainly more abstract in kind of their gestures, and I was wondering, I guess looking at Meeker, it's a very typical mountain, but Longs is very much not that. And certainly from this perspective, you've largely captured it in the gesture. I just am wondering if you guys explored something a little bit more literal with those gestures, I guess.
I'll say that they were kind of pretty much traced. I have a feeling what you're talking about is kind of less pointy, more round, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Longs and there's a bit of a flat top to it and stuff, and then you can definitely see the diamond on the face of it distinctly, which is notable. But.
Yeah, I'd say kind of two of the things were to not have to explain it too much, right? Like, why is that mountain different? Not saying that would be a bad thing. And again, for simplicity, the smaller it gets, if we were to add that diamond shape potentially, or if it gets flat, would it just kind of look like a line instead of a mountain? You have to think, we're seeing it pretty big, but it'll get right the size of your shirt, even smaller in some cases. So those would be, design-wise, the two reasons.
Okay. I guess maybe from my perspective, I'm on board with one for sure, but I'd certainly be open to just minor tweaking of it. But if the rest of the board wants to move forward with it, I'm okay with that. I think honestly, both efforts are really strong. Looking at option 2, I think that B is certainly iconic. Maybe I change it up a little bit, but
Other thoughts?
I actually would really like to hear from Amy. I don't know if we could drag her up here, but she she really had some great thoughts following, after we kind of belabored like some of those comments like you stated, Trustee Murphy, about those details and eccentricities. But I don't know if you don't want to speak, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I really feel like, when we talked, you had a really great reason why this, committee came to these conclusions, and, why maybe we don't want to over tweak it and get in the way of that process that already took place. I don't know. If you don't want to, it's okay.
I can tell you not to tweak. So I'm Amy Pilla. For those of you who don't know me, I do run the Berthoud Library District, the Berthoud Community Library District. We have slightly different boundaries than the town, so I do have to clarify that. I don't know if I should share this. I'm going to. We'll see if they get mad at me or not. The committee flipped between the second to last meeting and the last meeting, which was very interesting. So if you had been with us at the second to last meeting, you would have seen option 2 as the okay, this is the one we think we want to move forward with. It was a very close vote, and close enough that I was the annoying person who said we're not done, because we still have 2 major tweaks to each of the final 2 that I think might actually make the difference. So these have been tweaked. So as much as we could tweak forever, we could tweak endlessly. The reality is there are a few things. Change is hard all the time. And so one of the nice things about option 1 is that it does feel like an iteration of the current logo and what people are used to seeing. So a little bit easier for people to look at and go, oh, we know what that is already, as opposed to option 2, which would be a big change. The problem with the B and the scripted font in the second logo, which is something that I really harped on, was the accessibility piece, because I know as well as you do, we can get sued if websites are not accessible at this point. There are now laws on the books nationally and on the state level, so that was a big deal to me too. But I will say the committee as a whole, and there are a couple other people here, we wrestled with all of these things and really kind of finally came down to, we feel like this is the best iteration going forward, so that it's not a totally new thing, it's not a complete change, it still gives a nod to what we had been doing all along, but it's an updated version and it's usable. And we knew that was the assignment, was to get something that was usable for the town, which the current logo and the current brand look is not. So, is there anything else you wanted me to say?
Just your thoughts. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess from my perspective, obviously this is all very subjective, but it's nice to hear the actual rationale and argument behind each one of these very important kind of gestures in our logo. So, yeah, I'm on board with 1.
So my thoughts right now, it's I feel like the one on the left is you'd see in a lot of trucks across the Front Range. I mean, we've already brought it up, but it's just the mountains are the priority. I do also feel like the star, like you say, it's a conversation starter, just like the garden spot is. But the idea is to make it so people instantly know, right? I think people would look at that and think it might be something biblical, to be honest, like the 3 kings or something.
Well, we haven't.
Wait, hold on. Sorry.
Well, we haven't actually gotten the dark sky accreditation yet, so there's been 0 publicity about it aside from what we've talked about, oh yay, we're in a magazine, but it's all really shallow.
I love the idea of the stars, and I think we'll get the dark sky. I hope we will. But even if we don't, we have 3 domed observatories in town. I think it's a lot. It's a great thing. I was just wondering if we could put more stars, or I don't know.
Well, then that's also an embroidery issue, right? You have to embroider a star. So if you have too many little stars, now you're like, is it a dot of fabric? So it has to be shrinkable for a shirt or a hat.
And I did think on that note with the star that, regardless of the dark sky ordinance, it does play to the 2 observatories that we have in Berthoud and that historical anchor, as well as the group was trying to designate it, what's unique about Berthoud? How do we make this not look like everything that's on trucks on the road today, because there's some similar colors, and so I think there was some appreciation that the star was a symbol of Berthoud's uniqueness, and ruralness, because you can't really see stars in the cities. So I think that was why. But I see your point about maybe having more.
I was even thinking like a constellation, but Ursa Major is a constellation, but that's looking north, looking west. I couldn't find it.
And I could add, the star was tweaked.
Yeah.
We played with other versions of stars. I think that was even something Chris and I talked about briefly. It was one of his comments throughout the process. And, you know, when we did your typical kind of 5-point star, and it looked a little childish. When we did more of a sunburst star, it just didn't feel right either. So when we worked with the group, this one felt the most space themed, you know? So the star has been, everything has been tweaked. I will just let you know.
Well, and for what it's worth, I just thought of the Youth Advisory Commission when they talked about what small town charm means to them. One of them was very adamant that it was like a Hallmark Christmas movie. So there you go.
There you go. Okay, thank you for answering those questions. Other thoughts right now? Go for it.
You can infinitely tweak things, and I can tell you this group has almost done that. What wasn't really heated, but there was so many discussions back and forth, and every piece of it, and every color, and every font, and all the stuff. So it'd be really easy to sit here for a couple of years and just keep massaging, tweaking. And I think the group has done an excellent job of coming up with a final state product. That's it.
Okay. So we got to choose between the two, or there's technically 3 choices, or do nothing. That's what staff's just looking at tonight, right? Okay. We want to talk about, well, let's talk about the logo right now. Do we have, I guess, is there a preference by anyone? We can just go down the line. Trustee Anderson?
You know, I'm definitely in favor of number 1. I really like the mountains. I like the fact that the star signifies our dark sky designation. I agree with Trustee Albrecht. I like the idea that, you know, you can talk about our 3 observatories, you know, as well as the dark sky designation. I do like the green kind of line. There's, I wish there was maybe some little corn stalks there or something, but
there was.
Tried that, didn't work.
We tried.
Because I think that would bring home, like on the right side, just a little one.
We tried. We tried.
Because I think that would kind of bring home that whole idea of the garden spot, things growing, all of that. But other than that, I really like that one. Not a real big fan of the other one. I don't like the big B. I don't know. It's too much for me.
Yeah, that's okay.
Kind of busy for me. So, but anyway, I really do like the first one. Thank you for all your hard work. I know this had to be a little mind-boggling sometimes, a little grueling. So, thanks to everyone for your hard work on this.
Trustee Murphy?
Yeah, design by committee is always extremely challenging. So, no, I really appreciate, presenting 2 really strong options. But yeah, I was immediately drawn to option 1, and it's hard to pick out anything that doesn't really fit. So I would say, well done. I'm supportive of moving forward on that option.
Trustee Grace? Oh, any thoughts right off the bat?
Yeah, definitely brand 1, and it's, to the accessibility point, it's very easy to read, very easy to see right off the bat. And so I'm definitely more drawn to that. My only request, I think this would be important, and this would be important for us as trustees as well, is with the rebranding, having ample communication out to citizens through the social media platforms, In Focus, newspaper, even having like a website page that's like, why did our logo change? What does the star mean? I think would be really helpful in meeting people where they are, which is change is hard, and helping them understand the iteration of and the evolution of our logo and why it was time for a refresh. Because people are creatures of habit, and they do struggle with that kind of change. But I feel like if we have ample communication about it, it's not going to help everybody, but it will help us again.
My original goal was to have this done by Berthoud Day and start the rollout there. But then, no, we need more iteration. We need more tweaking. So all the tweaking pushed us back a little bit. So
I guess we go Oktoberfest.
yeah, so Oktoberfest is where we're going to do a full, we'll start the drips and get it out there so people know. No one should be, I had no idea. They will, but they
There will
should
be some, of course. Yeah.
So yeah, no, we're going to do a full rollout so everyone understands. And there's actually, if you go to berthoud.org/branding, there's a page that has a lot of information on it already.
Trustee Albrecht?
I also like logo number 1. I agree. The star to me initially had a little bit of a religious connotation. I kind of miss the sun from the old logo. I do like the sun. We are in a very sunny area, and but I can live with the star. But definitely brand number 1 over number 2.
Okay. Trustee Wing?
Could the star be a sun
They don't.
without changing it? I'm just exactly like it is. Couldn't I say that's the sun? I'm just curious.
Oh,
Well,
you could.
Okay.
We also tweaked sun versus star
So
a lot.
yeah, no, I know, but that could second as the sun pretty easily.
Going back to that, if you do it in black and white, then that's going to be a black sun, which would seem to be your only concern.
Yeah, having a black sun is not optimal.
But having a black star,
No, but if it's black and white and black, then you have the dark sky, which is
it's
reversed.
So in general terms, a logo is not the brand, and in your discussion, really brand is synonymous in my mind with culture, and every business and every municipality has a culture, and so you would look at this and say, does this contradict our culture? And my answer would be no, it doesn't contradict the culture. So I too would vote for number 1.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the committee did a great job, and because they had consensus, I just feel fully in support of the work that they did and the commentary they added. So just supporting that. The only comment I had at the end of those sessions was I wish we could see some of those warm colors used more often, not just the greens and blues, but pull in those green elevator warm reds and golds. And that would also tie into our new highway signage too with the golds in there. That's the only thing I would, not even change, just to be nice to see those incorporated in some of our different branding. And, to Trustee Wing's point, taking those commentaries for branding, I think that puts some, ideas, hopefully, and inspiration on town staff to use that dialogue and verbiage to paint a picture of who we are and capture that, so anyone new coming or visiting, they understand that culture that we want to preserve. So I think making sure the community knows we're going to keep all of those things incorporated beyond this. And yeah, I'm in support of number 1.
Okay. I'd be the odd person out. I was actually more of a fan of number 2, but after listening to you guys, it makes total sense to go to number 1. In fact, I liked the current one, and I was trying to think about, I thought we had to refresh it because this wasn't my word. It's actually someone on staff that a long time ago told me it looked like it was made in Microsoft Paint. And now I can't look at that and not see that someone was using their mouse to create it. But what I did like about it was a lot of color. So I too would love to see more of our colors used, and don't be scared to be vibrant. Kind of be bold, and I think that's what people will remember. And then the only other thing, so I you guys want to go this way? And is that star? I wonder if we could, any way to tweak it, add another. I don't know how to. We talked to the observatory. They might be very passionate too of where Venus and Jupiter are. So we might want to put that where they're historically accurate.
So
they don't look bad. I don't want to say this is negative. These are fantastic logos. Thank you guys for your time.
Okay, but I just want to be clear. So you want us to go talk to Minta and figure out?
No, it was a suggestion, but unless the board wants to, I just don't want Minta to be saying there's nothing actually in that location, and you have 3 domed observatories. You should know better. What's that? Okay. All right, I'll let Tom talk to you then. So yeah, very clearly, I'm supportive of it too. Option number 1, the new logo. Thank you. We want to move on to.
What's that?
Are we talking about where good things grow versus garden spot or
Tagline.
Tagline.
Oh, tagline. Sorry, I thought you were going on to the next thing. So garden spot, not going anywhere. It's just not on the front lines anymore. It's just a back pocket thing. I think May and I discussed the garden spot arboretum, or however you want to incorporate that into the name of the arboretum, which is beautiful, and it holds on to our heritage in a place that makes sense. So you don't have to explain it to everybody. One of the things that came up during one of the focus groups, because I asked every focus group, what does a garden spot mean? The dirt came off the mountains and came into town. That's not right. It was a slogan from Better Homes and Gardens, I think in 1915 or something. It's not, it was a sales pitch. So anyway, so we're not getting rid of it because it is part of who we are. We're just moving it someplace more appropriate. Maybe the gardens at Pioneer Park are a garden spot in Berthoud. Where good things grow. It's not necessary. So where good things grow can be used in more applications. And these are just, I put it together just as an example. I did not spend a lot of time creating an ad campaign. It's just so you can see it in motion. So this is an example of the Arboretum. The Garden Spot Arboretum, where good things grow, because it makes sense, right? It's not, there's nothing to explain. Everyone understands. If we want to, an event, where good community grows. I love this photo, by the way. It's one of my favorites. Where good children grow. Where good memories grow. Where good families grow. Where good business grows. Where good kids grow. Had to throw her in there. She's just cute. And where good neighbors grow. So these are all ways that we can use this tagline way more effectively than we can with the garden spot. So the garden spot is nice, but it's not real useful. It's not very versatile. So we're saying, and we're not going to pull anything off the roundabout. It's going to stay the garden spot where good things grow. We're just going to pull where good things grow more to the front part.
Thank you for your explanation. I wanted to bring this up because it is important. I mean, I'm going to read this it's just a paragraph from Chandler Thinks, who we did hire. So regarding the town's identity tagline, the garden spot where good things grow, this is after all the panels presenting. There was an interesting divide. It was well known, everyone knows it, proclaimed Chandler, but it's not well defined, nor is it widely accepted. What we noticed was if you've lived here a long time, you make the connection. The garden spot means agriculture. It's where we live, where we come from. If you lived here less than 10 years, which a lot of our population does, it doesn't mean anything, and it's a complete disconnect. And he went on to say, if you're going to claim it, be it, he declared, sharing what that is on an ongoing basis, not just once it's super important. And then he said, keep garden spot, he enthused, keep it. It actually fits. I actually think you just need to go all in. If you're going to say you're going to be the garden spot, be the garden spot. So it does sound like he was leaning towards keeping this.
He was kind of both. If there's a passion to keep it, we can keep it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to hurt anything.
No, I wanted to see if this is this in line with the panels with Chandler Thinks that kind of lead.
Yeah, well, Chandler Thinks that's a 150-page thing. So I mean, he goes in, and even what you said, he said nobody understands. It's kind of a disconnect. So even if we keep it, I would suggest taking it off the shirts because it's fighting with the logo. The garden spot, no garden. Although there is a little line of brown at the bottom, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah.
So I would say whatever we do, take the words away from shirts and business cards.
Okay.
But I think the chamber can use this, Main Street can use this, it can be used everywhere, which just creates a great sense of community with everyone, not just the town hall.
Okay. How does that work with, can we just readily copy paste? We can really do that with the logo without permission. Can an entity do that with this?
Yeah, and what I would suggest, and I do know some towns do this, other logos within the town incorporate elements of their logo to create that cohesion. So say, I know the chamber was considering a rebrand not that long ago, so maybe when they do the rebrand, they use the same color palette, right? So then there is that continuity within town establishments. And they can use Where Good Things Grow. Like, the logo doesn't belong to the town. We don't want people to use it representing themselves, but it's everyone's logo. It's not just ours. So if the chamber said, you know, can we use Where Good Things Grow for our campaign? It's still Berthoud. It's still bringing people here, and that's the goal.
Any other comments or questions regarding this?
If I may, Mayor Karsbeck, obviously there's a lot of good discussion about Where Good Things Grow. If you make a motion tonight to move forward with option 1, including, you know, kind of more heavily featuring the Where Good Things Grow tagline, I'd like you to do that just pending one final kind of trademark confirmation. I mean, we did a trademark search. There's not a municipality that has this, but there are some, I think our attorney brought up some unique questions that we probably just want to dig into.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Are we all good with Where Good Things Grow? Then we don't really need to have a motion. I mean, we can. It's just direction.
And I just want to reiterate that the group really belabored this item too, because there was sentiment to the garden spot and it's widely used. And so, you know, this is just playing off of that and adding some action and liveliness to those words so that it can be used for more vibrancy in our community and adding some more dynamic, you know, plays more into the tourism that we're talking about and the economic development. It just is more engaging. And so I think hearing them work through how difficult change is too, and that might help the community understand. That was difficult for this working group. That was difficult for me. The logo, the slogan change, but it's really more, it's just transitioning. It's not going away. And that was really helpful too. So that's just that.
Okay. If we're all good with providing direction to staff for option 1, and then also Where Good Things Grow with Garden Spot. Both taglines, one's internal, one's more external.
Good. Yep.
Great. Okay, staff, does that work for you? Okay. Thank you, guys, and thank you for all your time, committee members, in doing this.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we're gonna now move on to items from consent that we pulled, and we'll start off with item B, which is the May 12th, 2026 meeting minutes. Trustee Murphy?
Yeah, I sent an email earlier to you guys kind of cleaning up my mess of motion from last time. I hope it reads better and I hope it would be accepted in lieu of the provided in the minutes. I'm happy to read through that if necessary. But
would you mind?
Yeah, no problem.
I also have an addition to that conversation. Appropriate now or after you read your suggestion? Actually, I probably should state it ahead. I actually would like to ask, because we're doing a new motion, that we put this on an agenda.
Yeah.
So there could be public commentary or public inputs or even just view of the public beforehand. But I also think when I thought about our decision, I think there was some missing links that we did not provide staff for the MOU or the downtown businesses. Like, for example, what they presented as deliverables were mainly existing events that they already have been putting on. And so there was, I just feel like there was some missing gaps of what we are going to be asking for them as new deliverables, because those are existing things. And I know they still have to do their strategic planning, but I think there needs to be some more conversation about the MOU language to give staff better direction on what the expectations are, because as it stands, what we approved is that we're going to be funding them $85,000 annually for a new position that's going to facilitate existing events. Nothing new is going to be added back to Berthoud from what that existing language stated is. And if I've got that wrong, please correct me, but I just want to make sure we get that right so that we can have that correct MOU from staff.
This is interesting. I'm reading, I thought it was like a clerical, I don't know how you'd handle something that we've already.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, that may need an additional discussion. I don't think that's part of the minutes.
Okay, right, yeah. So as part of the minutes, though, you'd have to go by, we can't really
We can't rewrite
Yeah.
the history.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So we just have to keep it as is.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I'm reading through this right now. I
We can
apologize.
schedule a new
no
agenda
problem.
item, correct?
Correct. You
Yeah,
can sit.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Okay.
that's not part of the minutes discussion.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, no, I can read through my revised language. Trustee Murphy moved to direct town staff to create an agreement, a formal resolution, and a memorandum of understanding with Berthoud Main Street encompassing the $85,000 initial ask and intent for a 3-year plan or relationship, and to return it to the town board for final consideration, including the following requirements. Berthoud Main Street will include a town liaison position. An annual agenda item is added before the town board, including a visit by Berthoud Main Street, along with an annual report of financial expenditures and revenues, achievements from the year, and goals for the coming year, and any other supplemental DOLA requirements. In tandem with town staff, Berthoud Main Street will provide a statement of planned expansion for Berthoud Main Street, a mission statement, and Berthoud Main Street will engage in stakeholder engagement. And Trustee Wing seconded the motion in a 6-0 roll call vote. The motion was passed. The main element was some of the nuance of the language, largely concerning a statement of planned expansion rather than a full-on plan, and just trying to make my run-on sentence a little bit more accurate to the language that was utilized.
I see.
That's acceptable.
Yeah, I struggle with this. We have to go with what we voted on.
Yeah,
we
sorry.
can't change
Same
it
same
here.
advice.
Yeah.
We can't really rewrite history. I think it's probably appropriate to schedule it for another discussion.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So there's not, we really can't touch it once it's out there.
I mean, really, this is really an option for correcting errors,
But yeah. Okay.
clerical errors in the minutes, and that's really it.
Okay.
Yep.
But change language requires a new motion.
Correct.
Yes.
A new discussion.
A
Yes.
new discussion.
That work for you?
Well, I guess this is a clarification. It's not a change of what I stated at the meeting, if that makes sense. It's
You're
more
saying-
specific on those elements that were not in the written minutes as proposed.
I think, but the problem is we voted on that language that was stated, and so that's why we'd have to have a revote or rediscussion.
What I'm saying is the motion I spoke was different than what
Oh,
actually
okay.
was
So-
presented in the
Okay.
minutes. So there's additional
If there is
words,
if there's
that
a
makes sense.
clerical error, we can address that.
Yeah.
If it's missing something, okay. So it's you stated in what wasn't the clerk didn't hear what you put. Okay.
If that
The
clarifies.
proposed revised language isn't revised language. It's the real with what you said.
It's
What we voted on?
closer to verbatim what I said, with the exception it was all kind of one run-on sentence that I broke down into bullet points. That's more acceptable.
Clerk,
That makes sense.
yeah. Shoot.
I'd still argue this comes back, so we.
I think
can-
ultimately, yeah. I feel. Well,
I think it will. I'm just trying to correct the minutes
you're
of the
the-
motions.
Kind of the owner of the minutes here. Do you want to? I don't know how we could vote just not to approve those minutes, and then you could review. Kind of like I don't
You
know.
can just continue on to the next meeting and
Yeah,
give.
that's what I would suggest, is continuing the minutes till the next meeting.
Okay.
We can review the recording and ensure that it's accurate in accordance with the motion that was made at the meeting.
Perfect.
Thank
That's
you.
acceptable.
Excellent. Any else regarding that, trustees? Otherwise, there's a motion to extend item B, excuse me, to the next regular Board of Trustees meeting.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Well,
Second.
I think I would ask if this is a separate issue, that we have this come back to us and see if there is consensus that this be revisited. Because I do think there is still a glaring issue with what deliverables we're asking of
Sure. Yeah.
Main Street.
I think that on the reports is,
Yeah.
it's definitely related, but I think this is just,
Let-
we got to get right what Sean said if
Okay.
there was a discrepancy.
Okay,
But yeah.
thank you.
That clerk.
We have a motion. Who was the second?
Second.
Motion by Trustee Anderson, seconded by Trustee Murphy. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Okay, thank you on that. Our final agenda item is from consent, and that'll be item D. Trustee Wing moved it.
Yeah.
Please.
Just a couple questions. One is, if you do the math the 2,600 feet, it comes out to be $28 a square foot. When you factor in the CAM, it's $38 a square foot. I was just wondering if that's close to commercial market rent.
We think so, based on, it depends. There's some space in town that's much less expensive than that. But yeah, I mean, we've looked at it. We think that's reasonable within the market.
And then the 153,000, that's sort of sunken cost, right? I mean, it's kind of gone. At the end of 10 years, we don't necessarily recoup that if we don't renew the lease.
Nope.
It is what it is. I didn't understand the sentence where it said the town will remit 74,000 with the remaining 74 due upon delivery. I thought the annual amount was 74,000, so I wasn't sure why it's twice.
Sorry, that's the, and maybe I got the math wrong. The no, that's right. So there's a 45% contribution towards the tenant improvements. Upon execution of the lease, we're going to pay half of that.
Yep.
The remaining balance after the 5,000 deposit we already put down.
Oh, that's not for the lease. That's for the
tenant improvements. Yeah,
okay,
sorry, I
got
wasn't
it.
clear about that.
Nope. And then the last thing, the options. I don't see the terms there at all. It just kind of follows the annual increase. I just didn't see.
I'll just read it to you so
Okay.
I don't get it
You
wrong
understand the
here.
question?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me get back to the lease itself.
I'm assuming they escalate like the first 10 years does. That's
Yeah, so
my assumption.
If we give notice, the term of the lease gets automatically extended. All terms and conditions of the lease shall apply, except that the annual base rent shall be increased each lease year during any extended term by an amount equal to 1.5% of the lease rent.
Great, that's what I was looking
It's
for.
effectively the same
No,
term.
perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I know the question. Well, I'm glad you pulled this, Trustee Wing. I think one, it's just important that this be reviewed publicly under an agenda item, and especially with three new trustees that haven't seen this before. And two, for those that have, I think it's good to reiterate why leasing. So Administrator Kirk, if the others in town, we own the Sunoco building. Was that considered? Why this area?
Yeah, so this was the least expensive option for us to create some new space. We did look at a couple of other spaces in town. Part of the challenge with those was either they were less accessible. So for any public meetings, like for instance, we looked at a portion of the second floor of the Berthoud Surveyor building, but it has a single door side entrance kind of off the street. It's on the second floor, kind of tucked away. And there were some other potential tenants in that building. So we really didn't want to lease existing commercial space because obviously we'd rather have businesses fill those. We are reaching the limit of what we can sustain from a staffing standpoint at multiple locations in town. So we're going to actually shuffle a handful of people around to free up space at other facilities, not just at town hall with this space. When we first approached the property owner of this space, BVSC, they responded back and said, hey, look, we'd rather find a retail tenant. We said, that's great. We'd rather you find a real retail tenant too. We'll help you. We've got other retailers that we've spoken to who may be looking for space in town. They took folks on tours. They never could find somebody. So we actually sat for, I don't remember the exact amount of time off the top of my head, more than 6 months, and just kind of left it. And we were looking at alternative locations like that. Evaluating the cost of constructing new space. We didn't really want to construct new space because we want that new space to be here at Town Hall, but we don't want to do that. We can't do that until the bank moves out. So, we're trying to balance all of those things. Actually, while we were looking at the space above this Berthoud Surveyor, the interior designer tenant improvements planner said, hey, I actually work on this other space in town. Would you be interested? We said, well, where is it? And they said, well, it's at the old Pizza Hut. And we said, well, we already expressed some interest. The property owner, wanted to fill it with retail. We totally support that. And she said he's had a really hard time. I think he'd be totally open to that. He hasn't been able to get anybody to move in there. And so we restarted that conversation. That's how we ended up where we are today.
When so long-term plan is to expand Town Hall.
Mm-hmm.
It's just when does the lease with our bank end?
The end of 2031.
Okay.
So we've got about 5.5 years left with that lease. They've asked to extend, and I have told them no. That's actually a decision they get to make. You get to make later, but I've told them that our current plan is that they will be moving out. We'll be renovating Town Hall sometime in the early 2030s, with the intent of finishing out the space here, fully used for town hall or town staff, and then adding on an addition where the drive-throughs are that we've planned out conceptually and have some high-level budget numbers for.
If the lease here, if the leases of our current tenants are up in, gosh, what, 5 years? 5.5 years? Why would we do a 10-year lease on this facility?
That's a great question. So part of our thought process is we also have the sheriff here. We have other facilities that are at capacity, and I think that'll give us more time we'll create some additional space here that'll buy us some time. It's a bridge solution. We actually took the options because who knows how long. It's really inexpensive space. So when you think about the cost of constructing new space, while I don't love the idea of being in an old retail suite, the cost to construct new space, I mean, if we were to expand this building, it's going to be close to $10 million. Because we're not going to want to expand for 5 years. We're going to want to build an expansion that's going to serve the town for 30 years, right? Or 50 years. We could lease that space for decades and not spend that much money. And so, not quite, but yeah, I mean, legitimately, we could lease that space for a very long time and not spend that much money. So this is a very cost-efficient thing to do, and that just buys us additional time. I'm confident that even when South State moves out, regardless of how we manage both design and construction of that, we're going to need extra space to move people into. We're going to be moving people around as we do that construction, and I have confidence that we will have a need for that space in 6.5, 7 years regardless, to continue to grow the town's footprint without having to fully expand town hall. So my hope is that in 6.5 years or so that we'll have this building fully renovated, and then we can kind of finalize the design and plan for an expansion where the drive-throughs are. So that'll buy us that extra time.
And I think it's better to be a little long than short. If you're short and they call the lease when it's over and you don't have anywhere to go, then you've got a problem. The other thing is we can always sublease. Even if we took a discount, we could sublease to make up the difference if we built a new building.
Well, I like that too. I like the idea
Couple
that
options.
we'd have some planning room.
Yeah, you could. I mean, someone else could. People need office space, and you could make the rent very attractive and finish out the lease.
But where do we? When would this start? And what line item would it come from if it started within the next few months?
So we have a line item in our public facilities fee for town hall expansion, and so that is a fee that we collect to expand public facilities as a result of growth. That's what we're doing. So we have money budgeted for that in this fiscal year, and we can make adjustments at mid-year as needed. But I'm sorry, I should have that number off the top of my head.
Would that cover the renovations?
It's several $100,000. Yeah, we'll cover the tenant improvements across the street plus the lease through the rest of the year, or it should. And we can make an adjustment at mid-year if we feel like we need a little extra. We're going to have to buy furniture and some of those things.
The lease references monthly common costs. Do you have any idea what the average costs are for that? Because that would be in addition to that we'd have to pay every month, and that would be in addition to the rent.
The landlord estimated that the common area maintenance and related common costs were approximately $10 a square foot annually.
Annually, okay,
Annually.
so about a little over $2,000 per month in addition to the rent.
That's about right. But it's roughly $26,000 a year.
And then it does also mention covenants. Obviously, I'm guessing that
We are part of the Property Owners Association today already.
Okay.
So we're the minority owner in the Property Owners Association, and BVSC owns everything else. So we have a good relationship with the property owner. We sit on the POA board together.
So you already know what the covenants say and are comfortable with that. Okay. I was wondering about that.
I'm struggling with the lease thing. I'm sure it's common in other communities, especially smaller ones too. Do you know any, Chris, that are leasing, Administrator Cook, a space, the government not as landlord but as tenant?
I am confident that occurs. I don't have any examples for you. I know of some specifically outside of the state.
I know
but
Erie does.
Erie
I
does?
have, Erie does. Yeah.
It just when this comes, like for the public improvement fee or public facilities fee, we're using for a lease that we won't get that money back at the end. like instead of just investing that into like a C-Safe account and then being able to put all that money towards the expansion in 5 years, we'd be using that money for a lease. So when in 5 or 6 years, when we're ready to start building, I guess my question is, are we saving up a nest egg elsewhere to be able to construct an expansion of town?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, when you think about the total rent paid over the cost of the 10-year period, you know, it's around $800,000. The cost estimate that we got for expanding town hall, you know, we did a internal exercise where we said how much money or how many employees do you think you'll need 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now? You know, we looked at growth in the staff, growth in the town. Those two things kind of trend obviously in parallel with each other. We planned that out with the new board chambers because we kind of assumed that you guys would want to get out of this basement if we're going to build a new building attached to this one or next door to this
It
one.
would be nice to see some.
And the estimated cost of those improvements, which we got a very detailed estimate from Elder Construction, did that for us, was about $12 million. So this is a solution that costs about 1/10 of that, that buys us 10 years. We will need to save $12 million. We have a lot of money already saved in the public facilities fee. I think, assuming growth continues at an average pace, growth is what pays those public facilities fees, but it's also what drives the need for more space. We think we'll be close to the amount needed. Again, some of that depends on what construction cost inflation looks like. You know, if it's relatively low, we'll be in good shape. Our investments perform very well. You know, we're averaging 5 or 6% a year. So if construction inflation is 2% or 3%, we're in good shape. If construction inflation is 7.5%, like it has been, and it continues that way, you know, we'll have to make different decisions 10 years from now. Even if we can't expand town hall, this will serve as a very low cost option for us for a long time. Again, you know, if this is kind of 1/10 the cost of building an expansion, and that 1/10 of the cost gets us 10 years, we could lease for 100 years and not spend $12 million.
So who's going to go in there? I'm just curious. Like, which offices would?
The easiest ones for us to move. Originally, we were thinking about moving our community development team into its own space and kind of having a development services annex. But they also have the most stuff, papers and plotters and scanners. I mean, they have a lot of stuff. Yeah. And second floor here at Town Hall is already, and everybody knows that's where the development services office is. So actually, it's likely going to be myself, Jeremy, our deputy town administrator, Keith, our public works manager, Danny, our public works engineer, to free up some space. They're currently located at our public works facility. Stephanie, who you heard from tonight, Brian, our business sustainability manager, and then some administrative support staff that's part of our team.
So you would be over in the.
Yep, and we would expect to have most of our meetings still here at Town Hall. So our public meetings, you know, we have really nice conference rooms. We'll have some conference room space there that we can use for, you know, public works meetings and other things. We would expect most of our activity to still occur here. And the benefit is it's a, you know, 100-foot walk across the parking lot.
Any concern with you losing connection with the people, like management by walking around?
No, I mean, we have folks spread out at our parks building, our public works facility, at our water plant, at our rec facility. Actually, the majority of town staff is not located here at Town Hall. So I meet with each one of my department heads every 2 weeks as a one-on-one. That's standard practice, and we like to get out and go, you know, outside of the facilities. But no, I don't think there's any issue with that for us.
And who will backfill all of you then?
The community development team. So
they'll expand in there.
They have an assistant project engineer, an additional GIS analyst position, another construction observer. We already have positions budgeted for this year, but we don't have a seat for. So when we move out, they can start to fill those positions and fill out their team upstairs. And there may be some empty offices for a year or two, but that's kind of that continued route to grow.
Other questions? Nope.
Just clarifying question on the sublease. Have you already had conversations with the property owner? Like, would they be agreeable to sublease? The lease doesn't give permission automatically. There has to be a conversation. So I'm just wondering if that conversation has already come up. Like, if we can use that if we need to sublease.
Just at a high level, but you know, we would fully expect to fulfill the term of this lease regardless. If there was a an intense need to. I have no doubt that at least the current property owner, he may sell it between now and 6 or 7 years from now, when maybe that's more of a realistic conversation. But we have a very good relationship with Robert, the current property owner.
Perfect. Thank you.
We did have a general public comment, but since I pulled it from consent, Madam, would you like to speak?
Yeah, Trustees.
Yes.
May I be excused for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Ann Karspeck. I live over at 706 8th Street. I appreciate Administrative Clerk Kirk going through this and vetting it more for the public. I think the way it was just line itemed on the agenda was, as a citizen, a little concerning. I just want to go over the numbers just to recap for TV sake. The budget is $799,135,000. That would be the expense over 10 years. Just in the rent. The build out would be $340,000. The landlord contribution would be 55%, which is $187,000, and the town contribution would be 45%, $153,000, which is going to be paid in half up front. Again, this is a lease term of 10 years, I believe, with an option to extend if needed.
Two options.
10 years with 2 options to extend. So I appreciate the reasoning of why other venues were not the best. I would just like a little bit more feedback on places that we own, such as Sunoco, because I do believe in past meetings that was brought up as an opportunity, because I do believe in investing in what we already own and investing in that infrastructure. So if we're already paying on that, let's put some money into it. And then if you guys it didn't work out over 10 years, that it's going to be a little bit more better for resale in the future. So I just wanted to have a little bit more discussion on that. And then I also wanted a little bit more discussion on what the opportunity cost is, especially in sales tax, because that is such a cornerstone of that. What do we call it now? I'm getting tired. Berthoud Commons. So, I understand and I appreciate that, it was let go for 5-6 months, and I don't know if their rent is too high, and why are they suddenly not getting anybody in there. But I do think we also need to say what is the opportunity cost over 10 years. What in sales was Pizza Hut bringing in, and let's project that out 10 years, and how much would we be not taking in, because we're not obviously charging sales. So those are the questions I had. Thank you for your time.
Okay,
Can I make a motion to extend the meeting?
oh, there we go. Thank you. Till what time?
I move to extend the meeting through reports.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Albrecht, Mayor Pro Tem. There we go. Seconded by Trustee Murphy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's unanimous. All right, thank you for speaking. Thank you for bringing that up. Administrator Kirk, you did cover kind of this with the opportunity cost. We don't know really. It's not like there was a business that was going to jump right in there, but that would likely been a commercial, or that could have been anything.
Could have been anything. There's it could be something that generated sales tax, or it could be something that doesn't. It's currently generating 0 sales tax. If it were Pizza Hut, I don't think I'm legally allowed to tell you what their sales tax receipts were. But it's a 2,600 square foot space. If maybe that a business there was making $300 a square foot a year, I'm doing quick rough math. In sales, maybe that's 800 something thousand a year, and at 4% sales tax rate, we might be losing out about $30,000. But that's assuming it's a sales tax producing business. There were a couple of businesses that did look at the site, which were definitely not sales tax producing businesses. So those would have been limited in their value to the town.
Thanks. You've already, I don't know, I guess I do have a question on this too, but with the Sunoco, we've already looked at that. It's just extremely expensive to build. Do we have the money?
We budgeted money to do the exterior improvements, parking lot, clean up the outside. I don't even know that was enough. That was just a placeholder in the budget, because we actually haven't finalized any plans. So there'd be a lot of work to do to get to that point. My estimate is that it would be in the $5.5 to $7 million range if we were doing some basic improvements inside and the improvements that we planned outside. Our intent had been to do the exterior improvements, kind of create a core and shell leasable space, and then have somebody else do all the improvements on the inside, which would be a lot less expensive for us. But I think it would be significantly more expensive than what we're proposing here. It would also split, in that case, we would have likely moved a department like development services. And selfishly, part of the value of this space across the parking lot is that it's across the parking lot. I'd like to consolidate more of our staff into fewer locations rather than spread us out into more. And at least here we're,
together.
We're still pretty darn
parking
close.
lot. Yep. Other comments, questions before we move?
Good.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, I know I was the odd woman out on this decision, and you guys have vetted every option, so this is not a discredit to staff, but I really don't support taking up that retail space. I really wish there was an option presented for closing the kind of atrium area of the second floor. I know we're into a lot more expense with that. But expanding our current facility instead of moving into important retail space, I wasn't really a fan of, especially for that length of time. So I'm not in support, not because I don't support our staff. You guys have vetted every option. I just wish there had been something else. That's all.
Is there anything else?
I will say, and I fully appreciate where you're coming from. I mean, none of us really love the idea of taking up other commercial space in town. There is benefit to the community with us being able to continue to grow and provide high quality services and fill out our staff. It allows us to provide better oversight of development. It allows us to provide, better. What I'm suggesting is that there is more to the benefit to the community than sales tax receipts. And had that been a dentist office or something like that, we wouldn't likely have any sales tax. And there's nothing we could do about that if that's who a BVSC wanted to lease to. So it is important to recognize that had that been something retail producing, or had that been some a business that I think we would all been excited about, maybe a new restaurant or something else, there's also the very realistic possibility that wouldn't have been. And again, I think there is real value to the community of us saving money over costly expansions and costly rehabilitations of this building that may be out of sequence when we can't do all of it at once. Because if we closed it, we did talk about closing in the atrium, but we thought if we're going to close in the atrium, that's going to take us 1.5 years to design. I mean, it's a major structural change. We're going to have to work around the bank, which is going to be a real challenge. And then in 5 years, when they move out, or 5.5 years, we're going to want to redo all the rest of it. And now we're going to touch it twice. And so, part of our goal is to let's just do it all at once we have the total control of the building. And that will simplify the construction, that'll lower the cost. Anytime you're having to work around an existing business, you're gonna pay more, right? I mean, it's also why we close roads to do major utility work. Because sometimes the cost of traffic control on an open road can be a huge portion of the project. So it's that kind of thought process. So all of that is, I fully understand where you're coming from and share a lot of those same concerns. But that was our thought process. So.
Yeah, and thank you for clarifying on those points. And something came to me right when you were speaking, and perhaps there could be opportunity to improve our connection to the community, customer service. Perhaps there could be an office space in that space or open meeting room that's designated for the board members or the mayor to meet with individuals in the community, having a more accessible space for those dialogues and meetings, because I don't think that happens as often as maybe it should or could. So maybe that could be a bridge point of we're still using it for community connection and customer service.
100%.
Just a thought.
Okay. Anything else, trustees? Okay, there's a motion, or we have the property lease for 821 Mountain Avenue, item D. Would anyone like to move on that?
So moved.
Trustee Wing has moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Albrecht. Jeez, man. Mayor Pro Tem Albrecht Sorcelli has seconded. Clerk, we have a roll call vote.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Grace?
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Soricelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Okay, that is unanimously approved. And now we can move on to reports. We will start off with, who did I do last time? Trustee Albrecht. Please. Do you have anything to report? Any questions or welcome?
No, unfortunately, I missed the last meeting, so, just busy
Welcome back.
still catching up, on all the goings on. But, yeah, so no, nothing really to, to comment on at this point. Thank you.
Trustee Grace?
I have a handful of things. Wanted to ask a question, actually relating to the meeting minutes for April 28th. What is, just so that I can understand what the process is, because during the May 12th meeting, I requested to have the minutes updated with some of the specific language that I had brought up in that meeting. When does that get updated and then posted back to the website so that the meeting minutes are corrected?
They're already posted.
When's an update? Did you hear it, Jen? I can repeat it.
They've been signed.
Okay, thank you. Yes, those meeting minutes have already been updated and signed. I'm looking right now to see if they're on the website. They are not yet up on the website, but they will be posted this week.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So, in addition to that, what I also relating to the meeting minutes is that I've noticed that just over time, our meeting minutes have become really condensed. And like, for example, for public comment, right now it usually just says like who spoke, but not necessarily what they were saying. And then when there's board actions, it's usually just that the board had further discussion, but doesn't capture what the discussion was. I know that we're not legally required to keep like verbatim minutes and not specifically asking for a transcript, but the minutes are a permanent searchable public record. And if you have a resident reading them a year from now, they may not be able to tell you why we spoke or what the board decided or reason through the decision. So I'd like to understand what has changed in our minute taking practice over the years, like what drove the change to be more condensed. And then also I'd like to ask, I don't know how to ask to get something on a future agenda item, but can we discuss whether we should adopt a more consistent standard for summarizing these, where it's not like a transcript, but maybe a little bit more in detail. Sorry, there was an ask, there were two asks in that, so I can repeat if needed.
Certainly. So right now the minutes, as you indicated, are very much action minutes to record the actions of the Board of Trustees in those motions, as well as brief summaries regarding citizen comment and discussion. If the board wishes to have more detail in the minutes, that can certainly be a discussion and we can make that adjustment.
Okay. Is that...
I do think it's important to recognize though, and I don't want to contradict Clerk Samorin if he wants to do additional summary work. That's certainly okay with me. What I will suggest is that trying to create summaries of 4-hour-long board meetings, which are routine, what we will be doing is what we've been doing the last couple meetings, where trustees are saying, I want to clarify what I said. This is not accurate summary of what I said. That's why we took all of that discussion out. Ultimately, the discussion behind a decision is largely irrelevant, even in the future. It's interesting information. We have videos people can watch. But the decision that gets made is ultimately what matters. And so the action that we take is what we record. The formal approvals that occur, if those are done via resolutions or agreements or ordinances, that is all documented in the future. But the discussion and the opinions about why it happened is largely irrelevant in the way that we do things. And so I would just caution the board as you consider that. If you ask us to summarize those things, we'll be spending a lot of time talking about whether or not we've summarized those to your satisfaction.
And I guess I would ask council, don't we have certain legal liability too? If we attribute certain comments to people and they may not be accurate, particularly members of the public, and don't we have to be somewhat careful with somewhat careful with how we would record that?
I'm not sure we have a lot of liability, to be honest, but I do agree with what the town administrator said. I've been in communities where we do anything other than action minutes, and we literally spend hours discussing the minutes, so I don't recommend it. There is always a video and a recording, even so. So I think folks can go back and watch if they want more information about what happened, but legally, I don't see a ton of liability. I agree with you. We can't misstate what someone in the public said, but if we make a good faith attempt to summarize, I don't see a lot of liability there.
I do agree with your reasoning, because I do think there's a gap in the why. Decisions are...
The minutes used to be so much more detailed, and YouTube videos aren't nearly as searchable and indexable as our public meeting.
One thing that might, I don't, and this is where technology maybe in the future that might help, because I do see the point that we can't, you'd have to write all of our words verbatim to get it actually correct, and that would be impossible. So maybe an alternative, and this is future technology, or maybe it already exists, but I wish our live stream meetings were indexed, so you can click on a topic and go right to the commentary for that topic, because it's really hard to, if I want to know, when an item was discussed, having to figure out what day it happened, and then find out also, which part of the meeting to look at through 4 hours, who said what. But if it was indexed somehow where I can click on that topic and find right where the link or even an audio recording of the conversation would be so much easier for historical purposes, or when we're going back, because we discuss things over years of time that even I don't remember the exact reasons, and I want to be able to find the wording. So I feel like something like that might help future community members be engaged with actual conversations.
So you're saying index it by subject matter.
Yes. So it's easy to type it in and find where that was discussed and listen to the audio or video recording of that conversation. I don't know if that exists or if that's even...
It does. Those services are out there.
Can we bring this back as an agenda item where we discuss options and kind of outline the framework of how we would change that, or what our expectations are? I just think we can strike a balance in the middle of having a little bit more robust documentation on the meeting minutes.
And it's important for transparency. Like, I
Very
really
important.
think there's a goal to get, people educated on what the actual conversation was, and so I'm in favor.
Okay, so did you get anything on agenda? Okay, so the agenda item would be just overall, not specific to just minutes, but just kind of recording too, so we can cover the live video. You're indexing, or do we want to just talk minutes? This is for staff.
Should this be a bigger conversation though? If we're going to talk about meeting mechanics, it should be everything, right?
Yeah, I mean that could be a whole year. I think this particular is just the minutes.
I don't know that I would want to put that on staff to really reconfigure our entire meeting process, because it's kind of dialed in as far as how much time it takes and how much, I don't know, the ease of our meetings. But I do like the idea of adding new technology for citizen review of our meetings. If that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like that's almost more in their wheelhouse of them figuring out what technology exists and then telling us what's going to make that happen.
I'm thinking about more of a discussion when I say meeting mechanics about things like how many items do we allow on the agenda? Right now, I think we have kind of an unwritten rule, one land use item, right, per meeting. I mean, should we be talking again, revisiting some of those kinds of guidelines, just to make sure that we're all in agreement that those should be the appropriate guidelines? And that could be something, I don't know if we'd have time when we do our strategic plan, but that could be something that we could do kind of, I don't know if we'd have to do it at a regular meeting, but something that we could do maybe even at one of the quarterly meetings.
Could we do this as like a study session?
I think that's probably your best bet. I mean, I don't think you're going to want to do that during a strategic planning session. I think we'll spend most of it debating how we manage meetings. So I don't think we want to spend that time doing that. This is a reasonable study session topic, so we can look for a date to to schedule a study session to talk about.
Just for my clarity now, the study session would be about minutes in particular or general?
I think that's up to the town board.
Okay,
I don't think we need
to
a.
clarify here.
I don't think we need a study session to talk about minutes. I think it's clear if you want more detail in either in the minutes or some technology that allows. There are easy technologies out there that cost money, and there's some options that we'll need to manage, but to be able to index meeting videos and things like that, that's not rocket science. We can put all that together for you and just have a regular agenda item. If you want to talk bigger conversation about meeting management and meeting policies and procedures, I would suggest we do a study session for that. I don't think that's a regular agenda item topic.
How do people feel? This whole thing started with minutes.
I think there's legitimate. I mean, just to echo Trustee Anderson, I don't know if we need to separate it where we have the recording piece as an agenda item, but I do think it would be good to have a study session to revisit just the mechanics of our meeting. I don't know the last time it was reviewed, but it's
just meeting operations is what you're getting at.
To separate the two kind of pieces here.
I see a need for that kind of thing if we can limit the scope of it to literally just how long our meetings run, the quality of the minutes, maybe some more on our Bob's Rules of Order and stuff. Maybe a review and kind of what tweaks we can kind of maybe make.
Okay.
Those do sound like two separate
They are.
things. Mm-hmm. Education on meetings and more kind of making sure we all are on the same page, and then
Historical
the
accuracy.
indexings for public access to how decisions. I think those are two different things. But
yes, they are.
I think, for what it's worth, I think our staff, over years of these meetings being so strenuous, now it's so dialed in. We used to regularly get out at midnight, and the minutes used to be really discombobulated, not because of staff, but because of the back and forth, the friction, the dialogue. It was very frustrating to even read through and rehash the horrible things that kind of sometimes were said. So I think having it dialed in where it's super professional, high level, and then it's our job to educate the public on our why is kind of my takeaway from that, but also what, transparency can we use with our recordings to get it more accessible. I think that's, I think talking about the why is accessibility, I think, to how decision making is happening, right?
Yes.
So, anyway.
I struggle with the minutes.
Clear as
things.
mud.
Yeah, I think as we get more complex, it's hard for staff to, and I mumble a lot too, so it's hard for staff to find the nuance in things or take me literally and I can get offended. So I see why it's kind of capturing maybe the essence or just names on some stuff. And I agree with Chris. I think this is the law. Ultimately, it's your action, your vote. That's the record. So I don't know how we could.
And I do think it's important that people have the opportunity to understand the discussion, but they have the ability to attend the meetings, to read the packets, to watch the videos afterwards, and in most cases to ask you questions, which is how most people get their information. And I think when somebody reaches out and says, Trustee Sorcelli Albrecht, why did you make this decision? I don't think you're going to say, well, we have a great summary document on our website in the minutes. Maybe go read it first and then come talk to me. I don't think that's likely to be the case. And so I don't mean this in any way to be critical or contrary, because I think this is an important conversation and you guys get to ultimately decide. But I don't want it to be a solution in search of a problem either. We don't get a lot of folks who are calling and saying, I can't find out what happened at the meeting. Usually it's, hey guys, on social media, here's exactly what happened at the meeting and here's what everybody said, and we need to get involved. And so I think people do find the information relatively easily. I never receive calls from people saying, I have no idea where to find out why the board did this. So, in a lot of ways, I think things work. I'm not saying that you guys certainly talk to folks in different ways than I do, because, you're their elected officials, not me. And so sometimes you get comments and feedback that I don't hear, except maybe directly from you. But I would just say, how big of a problem is this, and how much time do you want to spend trying to solve it?
I could use it two ways. My ego, it's like, first off, I could show the minutes. That's a simple thing. Here's a vote. If you want to get into the details of it, I think that gets into May's question of how easily we can find that snapshot or clip it. in the videos for ourselves or for others, and that's bookmarking.
Well, and to argue a little bit, I do think we have a communications gap. I think the general public isn't either time-wise or as efficient as being able to find what they want in our meetings. And so they will take what they see on social media as gospel because it's not as easily found on maybe our sites. So I think making it as easy and quick as possible for them to see the discussion for themselves. And I think that to me is like, I love training the public on how to use our resources and find it for themselves instead of being the constant go-between, because I want them to feel involved and make it easy. So I think there's some benefit to increasing our technology and at least seeing if it's financially feasible to improve that without going overboard.
I appreciate that. I think those are great points, and I think this is a good discussion for a study session.
Great.
So the study session will be meeting mechanic. It'll be overall communication.
I think we can talk about meeting mechanics and communicating kind of board actions and board decision making. And, we can dive into other communication related topics as needed.
That's a great idea.
I think just so that we're clear, I think with the amount of things that we have coming up, this may not happen until July or August, just realistically speaking. So I don't want to give you the expectation that we're going to have a study session the next 2 or 3 weeks to solve this problem.
Okay. We're okay with having that in July or August?
And certainly I'll work with Mayor Karspek and Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht to look for a good date, and we'll coordinate that with all of you. Of course, you need to be available for that meeting.
All right. In the meantime, we'll get Trustee Grace's edits up soon, or review that, and then we're going to review Trustee Murphy's, see if his comments match the minutes that were provided.
I do have 2 more. Sorry, I didn't
Yeah, no,
anticipate
okay,
the minute meetings having so much discussion.
Good
I've had some inquiries, there's feedback from residents that have just brought up, and this would also be good information for me. Under the financials, the bills allowed, it seems to be a scanned document, so it's not easily searchable. Are we in the future able to provide it as a searchable PDF? And then can we also add things like card transactions or ACH or wire transfers, since those are probably used a little bit more often, more than checks? Or what's that process?
We do not send anything via ACH. We do everything via check, with the rare exception being wire transfers for property acquisitions. But I won't say declaratively that's the case, because obviously there are cases where ACH is reasonable. But Cindy is adamantly opposed to electronic funds transfers for paying vendors and things. So we do write checks for pretty much everything. And when it is an ACH, it should show up in those bills allowed regardless. But so it's not that something's missing. It's just that we don't use it, or we use it very rarely. But yes, in answer to your question, I'm sure that we can create a searchable PDF.
Perfect. And the last one, is just a question about the town park splash pad. Wanting to know if there's any update on its current operational status. I know the anticipated time frame for when it was going to be open, but it seems to not be operational at the moment.
I have not been out there. I did see an email late this afternoon from somebody who was upset that it was off on Memorial Day. I honestly don't have an answer for you.
Some staff told, I don't know if it's Ms. Mulvihill, but she reached out to me, but that the pump would, they'd be looking at it. Well, today's Tuesday, so maybe hopefully whoever that staff member was at the pump.
I don't know what the issue is. I was not aware that there was a pump issue, so we did have there's a minor leak in the back of the splash pad where the water, it's not a leak, it's where the water actually runs backwards through the rocks, and so we've been working with the contractor that built it to try and correct some of those. But as far as I understood, all the systems were operational and ready to go. So that was news to me. I just didn't see it until late in the afternoon. I don't have a good answer for you.
I did walk through Town Park this afternoon, and there were kids playing with the splash pad.
And it is also very likely, despite the fact that we made a social media video about it, people routinely push the emergency shutoff button. And in order for it to be, and I know it's incredibly frustrating for our staff. That's why we made some videos about it. But somebody has to be called out to come back and restart it. So it is possible that when somebody showed up and it was off, it's because somebody pushed the emergency shutoff button, either as an bad joke or as to just be a jerk, or sometimes people think that's how you turn it on, even though it clearly says emergency shut off. And so it's also possible that somebody showed up and we just hadn't had somebody called out yet. So we'll look into it. I'll shoot you an email back just so that we have some clarity about that.
I've also noticed that people assume it's running 24/7, but you have to activate it.
Mm-hmm.
And so a couple of moms have said something to me, and I'm like, it's not running constantly. You have to actually go touch the button. So
Yeah,
and
there were signs up at the splash pad saying that it was not operational, and I think it was just not operational.
And that very well may be the case. I don't have the answers to that. So I'll get you the answers.
Awesome. Okay, that is all I had.
Trustee Murphy.
I'd just like to thank everyone involved on the banners project. They turned out excellent. I've got my grandfather up there, and
saw that. That's cool.
Yeah. Everyone involved, from the folks that printed, VFW and Legion that were involved on it, and our staff that hung them up. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I've got.
Trustee Anderson?
I only have two things, and it's just reminders of events. Historic Preservation Walk on June 13th, which we can't go to, but we can tell people about, right?
Can we ask them to do another one where we can all go?
Wouldn't that be great? I really want to go. And then I think on the same date, June 13th, is Roam to Rummage, which very important to Habitat. They will be working. They work with the town on that project, and last year it really helped restock our restore. So, really nice event.
I didn't know there was a connection there. How do they work together?
I think ultimately, like, we helped this last year. Last year anyway, because I was one of the people that did that. We were helping people do the offloading and sorting. We did, and then we also helped at the very end of the event be able to help people reload, and helped us be able to take away some of the content.
Trustee Murphy or Trustee Wayne?
Yeah. On this, under your report leadership team updates, notice of performance default provided by the town attorneys for CR1. I don't know highways and streets that well, but I do know grocery stores. And if a builder did not finish that grocery store on time, there are massive, massive penalties. Unbelievable. I'm just wondering, this has been going on for so long, where you guys are at with it. I mean, is there a strict penalty for these guys for each day they're not done? I don't know how that works.
There is not a daily penalty in the agreement. It's something we've talked about adding to future agreements, but there is not a daily, like a liquidated damages provision or anything like that in our current or in our former development agreements.
Use against them? I'm not being critical.
We do have a big stick. The big stick is to take their surety.
Their bonds.
Yeah, but that we talked about this before. The challenge with doing that is that it's very time consuming. It's expensive, and what will ultimately occur, I believe, is that road will remain shut down for even longer. Wow. And so we are taking all available legal remedies that we have to try and expedite the construction, and to try and get them to expedite the construction.
Okay.
But right now we don't have any other very good legal recourse other than to basically extend the pain, and we don't want to do that. So we will ultimately, if there's no alternative, if they're not working, if they're not actively moving towards the current schedule that they have, and I think that, frankly, and this is a decision you'll have to make. Maybe we don't want to dive too much into it,
Sure.
but you may have a tough decision to make, and
Okay.
we would fully expect to take as much painful action as possible.
Are we hearing any rationale for why this is?
Oh, sure.
taking
There's a lot of rationale, some of which is valid, some of which I think is debatable. But there were some significant utility issues that occurred that were unplanned, that were unforeseen, maybe unforeseeable, maybe not. That's also debatable. Those utility issues created a situation where they couldn't do the road construction. There's a major utility line that's being constructed. It's very deep, and would and seriously impacts the construction of the road, it had to be completed first. And unfortunately, that got held up for a very long period of time by some outside entities. And so, yes, there are some reasonable reasons, and there are some that I think are that they would certainly point to, but that I think are debatable.
Well, interesting to me because I live close to there, and I walk many miles every morning, but and I walk as close to there as I can get just so I can see if there's anything going on. Often, nothing.
Mm-hmm. There are some other things going on behind the scenes that are not the town's not party to, that are creating some problems too.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a tough conversation to have. I don't know if we could, try to get follow up on this because there's kind of.
That's probably as far as I'm willing to go.
Yeah, the rest should
Yeah,
probably wait for an executive session.
Okay, executive
to be
session.
honest.
Totally agree. I don't know if you can state this, but I saw that a Windsor business is going to have a second location downtown Berthoud. Can you say who that is or not?
They haven't formally submitted, and until
Okay.
they do, we don't typically allow, or we don't announce that publicly.
In updates, if we don't already, can we just disclose any businesses that are closing in the future? And maybe we do. I'm just not aware of it. But I know we've lost a few recently. You don't have to disclose it now. I'm just saying in the future.
You just mean to point out when we're aware of a business that closes? Sure.
Maybe we could just our business environment is so critical to our town, and I just want to know. I mean, I've heard 3 or 4 businesses that left over the last several months, so just be good to get that. But you're going to give us in a future board meeting kind of this whole town of Erie making us offers for our CBT water?
That's coming at a future board meeting.
Yep.
Something
Cool.
we're working on. No guarantees.
Okay. No guarantees that they are going to do it. Is that what you're saying?
I think we have a deal that you'll be presented with that
Cool.
you can consider.
And the last thing is I was just wondering if we could buy American brand trucks in the future. Fords and Chevys.
That's a choice that you guys get to make.
Okay. Let us know before you make the purchase.
I would rather, if you're going to do that, you should make a policy that applies to all.
So should that be an agenda item?
If that's something that you would like, then yes, that should be an agenda item.
You guys think we should buy American brands instead of Japanese and other brands for our trucks or not?
I think it's difficult when you're not a big fan of electrics.
I think-
Tesla's the most American.
I think you
But
should
two,
set this for an agenda. Just
before we talk about it.
You just need 3 people for an agenda item.
Okay.
Do you guys want this for an agenda item? If you don't.
Yeah, no, I guess overall,
Anybody want American vehicles?
well, you're
for the
saying this
town?
is kind of a triggering word. It's when you have a lot of Toyota manufacturing.
No, I understand. There's not American brands. I'm just patriotic in that way.
You could say some foreign brands are made in America.
I understand. They are. Most of them are.
I'm for the idea. I think I would need to know that there's an actual presentation or justification.
So do I have a second and third for agenda? If I don't, we'll kill it. Okay. Third.
I'll go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 3 for Buy America. Equivalent.
We'll add it to a future agenda.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
And again, we have a long list of planned agenda items for June and some into July. So it may be a little bit ways out, but we will add it to your
for
list.
a couple of years. We don't need to talk about it.
Okay.
I have a question I forgot to mention. I've been reading very recently about some purchases of land just west of I-25 by one of our healthcare systems. Have they submitted anything as far as building there, or do we have any idea what they plan on building there?
We have not spoken to them, but the information is public. It shows up on the Weld County GIS as they are the legal owner of record, but UCL did purchase the northwest corner of I-25 and 56, so we have not spoken to them at all.
Like 130 acres, is that correct?
I actually met the director today, just by happenstance, who directs the entire Northern Colorado UC Health medical facilities, and she said it's public knowledge that they bought land in Berthoud by I-25, but they have no current plans. It's just future plan for future hospitals.
130 acres worth of future planning.
We are aware of some, but we have not talked to them directly, and so it's all hearsay, but from very reliable folks, but nothing I would share publicly.
Okay. Do they ever prospect? This is also like gossip. Like, are they buying? Does UC Health ever buy land to sell? Like, are they? You heard of like people saying this?
I don't know. I would guess probably not, but
didn't know if they're in that.
But I really have no idea.
Okay.
And like I said, she said this was public knowledge. They purchased land, no current plans. Just they have to, future prospective areas, and she said Berthoud was on the radar.
Future prospective area. Okay.
Yes.
So they're prospect. Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I had a long list. I'm not going to go through all of it tonight. I want to touch on the Main Street MOU. I just feel like there was a little bit of haste in our excitement in approving that. I want to make sure that the staff has an adequate direction from us on what the deliverables will be, at least high level, because we're not getting specific from them until they do their strategic planning. But as I was not sleeping last meeting thinking about this, what we approved was their existing events that they already put on, and funding a position to put on those events for them. There was no new impact to the downtown business community, and also events are very temporary. They're not long-term investments in our downtown, historical improvements, the things that Main Street presented to us were options. I wonder if we should revisit this just to dial in the MOU language on what we're looking for from that group as high level instead of events, because I don't think that's sustainable as far as $85,000 a year for the next 3 years for a director to put on events for Berthoud. I don't think that's going to keep our businesses alive if that's the only thing we're asking for them. So I don't know, and staff, if you would like to comment, if you think it's sufficient what we did and what we presented to you, and we don't need to have a future agenda item, then I will table this. But if you'd like some clarifying from us on what that should look like before we have the MOU before us and we sign off on it, how do you feel?
I think you're going to make an ultimate decision on this anyway, so this is going to come back to you. You didn't approve an MOU, you just gave us direction to prepare one, so you're going to have to review what that looks like. And you'll have no obligation to approve that unless you agree with the terms of whatever documents we put together. I do think I have some clarity about some of the concerns that I both think are reasonable and that we share as staff. And so I think those are things that we would naturally want to deal with regardless. So from my perspective, I think we can bring you something that will be close enough. And there may be some tweaks that you want to make, but you will absolutely have another bite at the apple, so to speak.
Sufficient.
I feel like we can handle most of it at the staff level as we work through that MOU language with Main Street based on all the discussion that's been had, and also what frankly we would recommend to you. So
and that would
I think you will get that back here in a near future meeting.
Okay.
With some additional clarity and the opportunity to weigh in if you don't feel like it's going in the right direction.
I think that if knowing that you're able to work with Main Street to kind of dial in what you think is more appropriate, I think that's sufficient for me.
I think you gave us some good direction to work within. We want to bring you something back that we think makes sense within the context of all the direction that you gave us, and also all the other commentary that we've heard, and that I think they can provide some good answers to too.
Okay.
So I think we'll have the opportunity to have all that.
Okay.
Have all that out.
Chris, maybe to tag on to that. Part of that motion, for me at least, was very much to leave an open-ended kind of question to Main Street on what they actually want to deliver or not, what direction they want to take things in. I think with the additions that we made, we should have a good idea of what they're going to plan for the coming year or next 3 years. I hope so. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I appreciate the language. I think it provided that broad scope. I was just concerned that when I walked away that we had approved basically for them to continue providing things that already exist and not future benefits for the added taxpayer dollars that are being funneled. That's the only that's where staff can have that liberty to work with them and come back with something that they agree with and staff feels good about.
That's great.
I think that's fine. Just want to touch on economic development. I was in some leadership training today with regional economic development partners and just listening to the different things that local communities are doing to attract businesses, tourism. There is a lot of passionate advocacy going on in our local communities, and just really wanting to put some positive pressure on staff to say, how can Berthoud up its game? Like, we are losing small businesses. It's not Berthoud's fault. There is a lot at the state level, a lot of legislation that's going through that's making it feel impossible. And so what are we doing to partner with our chamber? And I know there is a lot, but I really want to see us continually increase our economic impact beyond small town events. All those things are great, all those things we love. I mean more of a global picture of how are we connecting to our region, drawing in tax dollars. I had somebody ask me today, what's Berthoud doing when Sundance comes in? And I couldn't answer that. I'm like, probably nothing. I don't know that we think about those outside things. We're really focused internally. And so I want to see us focus more on drawing in people so they spend money here and then go back home. I just want to put that, I know we've talked about that in other strategic planning sessions, and so I know that's top of mind, but want to just bring it back to the forefront. And then I wanted to just thank the mayor, and we had Representative Scott Slott at the Memorial Day service at the cemetery, and our VFW does a beautiful job of that service. It every year grows in how many people show up, how many people participate, and just honoring our veterans, honoring that beautiful historical site, and then the groups that worked to clean up the cemetery, the Rotary Club, I think it was. That was a really beautiful thing. So just wanted to give a shout out to all those organizations for remembering those who are fallen soldiers, and then the banner program is beautiful. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Yeah. The Memorial Day event grows every year, and this was really special. Representative Scott Sloth's speech was, I thought, particularly moving. They're always moving, but being able to connect that to service and folks you know in Berthoud was really moving. 9 News, Stephanie did orchestrate, so they came and interviewed Derek Guzman, representing all the veterans who put this together, and then I just had a couple words in there on the town side. But yeah, just want to highlight what May said. This is it was great. And the banners had American Legion, VFW, American Legion Auxiliary, and VFW Auxiliary all came together on this. And just walking through Main Street, the oldest one is Happy, I forgot her last name, but it's from the 1940s, so Marine Corps in her uniform. And the youngest, most recent one is actually the leader of the Berthoud Run Club. So it's not only neat to see these stories, but you can put names and faces together. So, oh yeah, Happy is actually Neil Shaw's wife's grandma or mother. Oldest and new one I was trying to get at are all Berthoud stories. So I thought that was really neat. I hope that expands. There's a card going around. That's for Lieutenant Bradley. It looks like everyone signed it over here, but
You've had it.
I got it. Sorry, that's somewhere else. If you guys want to sign on that side. I'll be at the CML district meeting in Erie on Thursday, and then Congressman Evans having an event for the opening of County Road 7 and celebrating successfully getting the federal monies finally to pave 7 from Meade to Berthoud. And as Chris said, we've been supportive of that congressionally designated spending for this. And so Friday's day, so he'll be there for 15 minutes to kind of just announce it. Anyone's welcome to come. So if you guys want to meet, and just send me an email and give you the time.
And just in fairness, it's not the full amount to pave all of County Road 7 from Berthoud to Meade, but it is a significant chunk of money in the millions.
Thank you.
That's going to be very weird to travel, not on gravel.
It will be a major improvement, especially for our maintenance team, who spends a lot of time trying to regrade that, and that is a mess of a road out there. So, yeah.
Berthoud Day too. So Berthoud Day is June 6th. I think we all know what that is, and kicks off at 8:45 with a pancake breakfast and Boy Scouts, and then race, parade, and then as you guys all know, events all throughout the midday and afternoon at Town Park. So I'm excited. Member staff.
Nothing else from me.
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you all for a very great meeting. Have a good night.